All right, good evening and welcome to the regular meeting with Council for Monday, May 30th. Thank you for everyone joining us today. We're going to do the O Canada, a moment of personal reflection, and it's a good opportunity to reflect on what's happened in the world around us and also those in our community who are no longer with us. As well, we're going to go to our Deputy Mayor, Carlos Garcia, and he's going to do the land acknowledgement. And then at that point, we'll come back and go into closed session, and the clerk will take us through the closed session notice that we have to provide. So with that, I'll go over to O Canada.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Carton bras et porter le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
All right, Deputy Mayor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We acknowledge that the land on which Council meets today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe peoples, many of whom continue to live and work here today. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Acknowledging this is a reminder that our great standard of living is directly related to the resources and friendship of Indigenous people.
Thank you for that. Okay, so I'm going to turn over to the clerk, and she's going to take us through the in-camera motion.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. This evening's reasons for in-camera financial management services property matter, Lease 17 Beech Street, Realty file number 14305, and that is a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. Municipal Works, Ontario Power Generation Recreational Land Use Master License Agreement, and it is, we're going in for section H31C, proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land, or a position plan procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on behalf of the municipality or local board. By attending the closed session this evening, each member acknowledges that their obligations under the Code of Conduct, including responsibilities related to confidentiality of closed session materials and discussions, remain the same if they were physically present at the meeting. This includes that members are not permitted to record the proceedings and must ensure that no other person can see or hear any of the confidential deliberations taking place this evening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I need a motion to move into closed session. Councillor McPherson, seconded by Councillor Porter. And all in favor, show of hands. All right, it's carried. And we will now go to in-camera, and the council coordinator will take those on Zoom into Hi, and welcome to a very special presentation. This is part of St. Catharines City Council, and we have a number of councillors who are joining us here in person, and we have councillors who are also participating on Zoom. We actually have a special guest on Zoom as well that'll be coming up very shortly. And this is the unique part of what we can do now. We can have in-person celebrations, but also have people from joining us in different parts of the world to bring some remarks as well. And so I'm honored to be here. This is our annual Athlete and Sportsperson Year Awards, Sportsperson of the Year Awards. And as we know, sport plays such an important role in our community. And last night we had a great opportunity to see an amazing outcome for the St. Catharines Falcons. And there's so many different stories to tell about athletic achievements in our community. And really that's what this is about today. It's celebrating athletic achievements and also the people who make those achievements come to life, whether it be coaches or builders, people in our community who are doing amazing stuff to support sports as well. And so I'm going to turn it over to Patrick Little, who does not need any introduction, and if it did, it would be a very long-winded one. But I will say he is a very important member of this committee. He's been an important member of this committee for many, many years, a good friend of the late David S. Howes, and who was also very instrumental in making sure that this celebration of sport and athletic achievement is something that we continue to do here at the City of St. Catharines. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Patrick Little.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to carry on a tradition that was established in 1968. So this is the 55th year in which the sports awards have been provided to members of the community to celebrate those people who have had an achievement, have had a perhaps success of achievement over the course of time, and whose efforts deserve to be rewarded. As His Worship indicated, this was something that was initiated by the late Jack Gatecliffe, who was the longtime sports editor of the Standard, and David S. Howes, who was succeeded his father as the proprietor of Lincoln Fabrics Limited, which many of you will know was housed in the building as you enter into Port Dalhousie and is in the process of redevelopment. Sports awards look to provide a note of celebration for those who are players, those who are coaches, and those who are administrators. And this isn't an effort to try and distinguish the best forever, but rather those who have accomplished something that deserve recognition. I'm going to ask Bernie Pachalski. Bernie is connected firstly, to most people's knowledge, as the former editor of the St. Catharines Standard, and is now the proprietor and principal of BP Niagara Sports. And he is going to introduce, for the first time I believe that we have ever done it this way, where it is 2 years they are being recognized in one. You may know that there is a easy explanation as to why this is happening this way, but we're delighted to be able to do it and to have available some of the recipients for the 2020 season. Bernie Pachalski.
Thank you very much, Patrick. It is my distinct honor tonight to have the pleasure to present the 2020 Sportsperson of the Year Award to my friend Mike Rayo. I've worked in the sports community and been involved in sports in Niagara for a long time, and I think Mike's been there as long as I have. And I've known Mike a long time, and his wife used to call me up, Pam. She would call me up and say there wasn't enough figure skating in the Standard, so I would try and do that for a while till she called again. So Mike Rayo is being awarded tonight for his job of coaching the Brock women's basketball team to a silver medal at the U Sports Championships. It was an amazing turnaround for the Brock women's basketball program. 1 year before, Mike was basically scouring the halls at Brock University looking for players to round out a roster, and nobody gave him much hope of doing anything with his team. But surprisingly, that year he made the playoffs, and he almost upset McMaster in the playoffs. And McMaster went on to win the national championships that year. And then the following year, it was like a dream season for the Brock women's basketball team, and Mike obviously had a lot to do with it. They survived some really rough games. He fell behind by a lot of points, and he still managed to come out on top. And Mike ended up taking his team to the U Sports National Championships, where they won a silver medal. He was also that year named the U Sports Coach of the Year and the Ontario University Athletics Coach of the Year, and both well-deserved honors. The biggest thing I found about Mike is when you talk to his players, you could ask every single person on his team, every single woman on his team, and they would say the same thing every time is, I would say, well, what do you think about Mike's coaching? What do you think? And every single one of them would say, oh, I love Rayo. And the reason is he's a person to them. He was a coach to them, he listened to them, and he got the best out of them. And he's just a spectacular coach and a leader, and he has been for a long time. Obviously a long time at Notre Dame and now at Brock University. And Brock is really lucky to have him. I don't know how long he's going to stay, but he's a great coach and a great person, and I'm pleased to be able to present Mike.
Sure. Yeah. Hello, everybody. A lot of dignitaries here. I'm sorry, I'm used to being in the gym with my shorts on, so I don't see very many well-dressed people. But I want to thank Bernie for all those kind words. I don't know how deserved I am of those, but I want to thank you, and I especially want to thank the athletes at Brock University and the players that played not only for me, but for the school, first and foremost. And they're really dedicated young women, and I think they're making a name for women in sport, and not only in sport, in society, and all around our community and outside our community. So I'm really proud of that fact. And our girls are they're well spoken, they're educated, they play hard, and they've really brought the level of women's sport up a notch, not only in St. Catharines, but Ontario, and now we're recognized as a Canadian higher level team in basketball. So I'm very proud of the girls, and it's just kind of a philosophy that's been with me for a long time, and it's one of primarily just listening and understanding. And I don't consider myself really a coach. I'm more of a teacher. I've been a teacher my whole life, and that's the way I approach the game. So I like a cerebral player. I like a girl that's going to go beyond the game of basketball and do great things in society. And I think that Brock is getting on that track with these young women. So I want to thank them foremost, and obviously Bernie, Rod, and Bern for helping us get that recognition in our community, and I think it led to this award. So thank you. I'm not used to standing in front of St. Catharines. I told Patrick quickly I was kind of odd when I got this award because I thought it went to residents. I didn't, and if anybody knows me, they know I'm from Welland. So I fought against St. Catharines schools my whole life. The only thing I did play for St. Catharines Club Roma, and I was a proud member of that team for a few years, but the rest of that time, I don't know, I had a lot of people that not were enemies, but competitors, and so opponents. So now I know that I got it because I was at Brock. So thank you.
We have a certificate on behalf of the City of St. Catharines, Coach, for celebrating your success. I know we celebrated last year, but it wasn't like we were able to do today. So we're going to get a picture of Bernie, if you can come up right over here, and with the trophy. I don't know. I don't have my glasses on, so I can. Okay.
I don't pick it up, right?
You can pick it up if you'd like. It's up to you.
Bernie, why don't you pick it up?
Okay, I'll pick it up. It drops. The kids drop. Oh, I think it would knock you down.
I know.
Oh, it looks like I won it, though.
Yeah, that's okay. That's all right.
Yeah, Bernie's muscles are shaking.
I know.
Tell me about it.
Great. Thanks, Brian. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, so now we do have a video that we're going to play, and that's from Sam Keltos, who was the co-recipient of last year's Athlete of the Year. And she was a co-recipient with, and I forget the...
Sam Keltos.
Sam and...
Melissa Taddy.
Melissa Taddy. Okay, so I think we have a video from Sam Keltos.
Hi everyone. First off, I would like to thank the City of St. Catharines for this prestigious award. It's an honor, and to be able to share it with a fellow teammate makes it that much more special. This award recognizes all the hard work Melissa and I put into our 2019-2020 season. I'd like to thank my parents, who have been my support system throughout every step of my basketball journey, and thank you Brock University and everyone involved who helped both Melissa and I be in this position. We couldn't have done it without you.
Oh, we did. Oh, wonderful.
I would like to thank the City of St. Catharines for this great honor that they have bestowed upon me. I would also like to thank all my past coaches and teammates along this journey, and of course my most recent, Mike Rayo, and my teammates, the Badgers, in 2019 to 2020. We would not have achieved what we did without them. I would also like to shout out Sam Keltos, nobody else that I would love to share this award with other than her. She's such a great teammate, friend, and person, and player, of course. And last but not least, I would like to say thanks to my parents who have been along this journey with me for the last 17 years.
And brought to you by the miracle of modern telecommunications, one from Latvia and one from Australia. Amazing. And we're delighted, of course, that they have followed up in their basketball careers and are proving not only to be an athlete for that particular time period, but continuing to do so and achieving international success. And obviously, a great deal of the credit to that goes to the Sportsperson of the Year as part of the total overall team achievement. I'd now like to introduce Bernd Franke. Bernd is the present editor of the Niagara Dailies, including the St. Catharines Standard, and has been part of the committee of those people who are very much immersed in local sports, not perhaps necessarily in terms of participation, but importantly, and I think it was identified earlier, the opportunity to express the success that these individuals have and put it in front of all of us who, as spectators, as former athletes, coaches, and administrators, it's, I think, very comforting to know that the levels of achievement in sports, in a whole variety of sports, is being maintained at a very high level in St. Catharines and in Niagara. Bernd?
It's my pleasure to basically introduce the co-athletes of the year for 2021. And it's, if you watched any of the Olympics last year from Tokyo, you won't be surprised at the choices. First of all, while it took the Canadian crew just under 6 minutes to win the women's 8 for the first time since 1992. It took Kristen Kitt much longer than that to earn her place in the Caucus seat. The seeds to that career that has seen the St. Catharines native go on to guide Canada to 11 medals in international competitions were planted with Kristen, whose first love was cross-country running, took up rowing as a consolation sport as a grade 9 student at Sir Winston Churchill Secondary School. Canada's rowing community has benefited ever since, and she hopes her contributions will continue into the future. She already has her sights set on the 2024 Games in Paris, and adding to the gold she won in Tokyo and a bronze she won in a mixed Cox 4 at the 2016 Paralympics in Rio. One of your athletes of the year, Kristen Kidd. Yes.
We have a Zoom.
Oh, I had a Zoom.
Let me know when I can go ahead.
You're good. We can hear you.
Okay, great. Thanks. Hi, everyone. Hello, St. Catharines City Council. Thank you so much for welcoming me tonight. I feel so grateful to be with you virtually. And I feel really lucky to have won this award with Mohammed. And I feel really lucky because it's, for me, the best way to say thank you to the people that believed in me at the beginning. And that was the coaches at Sir Winston Churchill Secondary School, the coaches at St. Catharines Rowing Club, and really, truly, the St. Catharines Rowing Club. They gave me the opportunity to try rowing. And after I left St. Catharines for sport, I realized just how special the St. Catharines Rowing Club and the St. Catharines community are. Most other places in Canada, rowing is a really expensive sport to do. And the community in St. Catharines really came together when I was coming up through high school and financially made rowing available to me. Like, I'm a normal person, and my parents are watching live right now from Riverview Boulevard. I won't tell you their address, but they, we're just a normal family. And the St. Catharines community, they 100% put me on this path I never could have dreamed, not in a million years. So that's pretty special. And I also feel really grateful to get this award because my grandfather, John Kitt, he was a teacher at Sir Winston Churchill Secondary School. And he was one of the teacher advisors that helped start the rowing program. And this award for me makes me feel connected to him still. He really believed in me, and he's no longer with us, obviously, but he really believed in me, and he was so proud of the St. Catharines community and the Sir Winston Churchill community. And so for that reason as well, I'm really grateful to be with you tonight and say thank you.
So accepting, Kristen, so lovely to see you. Accepting the award on your behalf in person is Carol Purser from Rowing Canada. And so it's a very fitting, we have Port Dalhousie resident here as well. It's wonderful. Rowing is in our blood, which it is heavy, so watch yourself over there. And we do also have certificates that we're going to present from the City of St. Catharines, as well as our St. Catharines MP, Chris Biddle. We have a certificate as well. So we're going to do a quick photo, Kristen. And up here.
Next year.
Hi, Carol.
Hello.
Oh, yeah.
That's it? Yeah, one more presentation behind you.
And can I just say?
Yeah, you can say
Thank you very much. I just want to say a few words. I get very emotional when I watch somebody, especially someone so young, accomplish so much. And she selected me to come here on her behalf to receive the award. So I'm very, very honored. And I just wanted to say, Kristen is an exceptional athlete and a human being who has represented the City of St. Catharines in our country so well over the years. Kristen always leads by example and inspires our next generation to be the best role models they can possibly be, regardless of what sport they're in or what journey they are on. So on behalf of Rowing Canada, Averon, we thank the City of St. Catharines for honoring such a deserving person. Thank you.
So Ben Hughes is here from Chris Biddle's office to present a certificate. As well, provincially, we would have a provincial MPP here, but because we're in an election period, they're not able to participate in these kind of official events. But we know St. Catharines MPP Jenny Stevens as well extends her gratitude for and congratulations to all the recipients. So Bernard, come back up for the next co-recipient.
Okay, this is part 2 of the presentation for the 2021 Co-Athletes of the Year. World-class athletes, Olympians especially, follow in the footsteps of the teammates who push them to become faster and get stronger, as well as the coaches and mentors who dedicate their lives to bringing out excellence in others. St. Catharines' own Muhammad Ahmed, a 3-time Olympian and Canada's most successful long-distance runner, is now among the elite whose footsteps have been setting the pace for others. His accomplishments on the world stage are too numerous to mention in induction that I have been warned cannot spill over into the City Council meeting. So I'll just limit highlights to the silver medal he earned in the men's 5,000 at the 2020 Games in 2021. Only Uganda's Joshua Chepeki was faster than the man they call Mo Speed in the final field of 16. He just missed winning the gold medal by 46 of a tenth of a second, only a week after placing 6th in the men's 10,000. Your athlete of the year for the 4th time since 2009, Muhammad Ahmed.
And on Zoom, we have Mo's on Zoom.
Yes, I am. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear it.
All right, awesome. Okay. I won't be too long. Can I start speaking now, or you guys can hear me? Okay, good. Awesome. Okay, awesome. Well, just wanted to come on here and council, the City of St. Catharines, the citizens of St. Catharines, for honoring me with this incredible award, and also to share it with a well-deserving individual, somebody that when I heard news of their success in Tokyo, I was overcome with joy and inspiration in order to deliver my own successes, Christine. And I want to congratulate her as well for the year that she's had. And I just wanted to come in here and say thank you to the city. But obviously, I also wanted to come in here and say thank you to those people who started my journey in St. Catharines. St. Catharines is an incredible city. It's home. It hasn't been residence for me for the last 10, 12 years, but it's still home. It's where whenever I go back, I feel at peace, and I feel a feeling of being home. And the reason why I feel like it feels that is because of the people. Every corner of the city that I roam, I'm always greeted with love. I'm always greeted with warm welcomes, and gratitude for what I do as well, what I've accomplished, my successes. So it's always always great to be back home. And Niagara Olympic Club is where I started my running journey. So the individuals there that continue to keep that club going, Sharon Stewart, I want to say thank you for keeping that torch for track and field in our city alive, and all the other individuals and all the coaches and all the volunteers that keep coming, and all the parents that keep bringing their kids to keep going with the sport. And my goal every day when I roam out of my bed is to seek out my own successes and my own goals and my aims. But I also always try and aim to try and inspire and try and light a little bit of spark in people. So, and whenever that happens, and I see that amongst the young generation, that's always a bonus. And it's, yeah, we just have to keep looking for inspiration in sport. And I won't ramble on for too long, but I just really want to say thank you so much for honoring me with this award. Yep.
And I want to say thank you on behalf of the city of St. Catharines and our community to both Olympians. And this will be the first time on this trophy that goes back to the 1960s where we have 2 Olympians on the trophy at the same time. And that speaks volumes about your achievements and how proud we are as members of our community that have reached the highest pinnacle of your sport. So congratulations. I'm going to turn it over to Patrick, who's will go for the next introduction.
The voice of sport in St. Catharines, not only over the public administration or public system, in the arenas, in the football fields, and the basketball courts, but also on radio, Rod Mahood.
I know we're pressed against time, so I won't say too much, but Kristen, Mo, you guys are legends. Awesome. Mike, you know I love you. Taddy, not listening, of course, and Sam, but just amazing. We have 2 Olympians. Walter just said that. A basketball player playing professionally right now in Australia, and another basketball player playing professionally in Latvia. Amazing. So first of all, congratulations, and counselors and everybody who Zoom, thanks for being here as well. First of all, congratulations to all the 2020 and 2021 winners. I know this is mentioned off the top, but also a hearty congrats to the St. Catharines Falcons on the Sutherland Cup Championship. I know there's some former Falcons in the room with us tonight. Zavi, you got mentioned, but Dan Coates, son of Paul, is also, and I think Spence, I don't know if you did as well, but I think we learn every day in some way how sports and culture and life lessons go hand in hand. I first met Paul Coates about a decade ago through the sport of lacrosse and quickly learned about his son, Dan and Spencer. Both lacrosse players, I might add. Daughter Kristen, who just happens to be engaged to a lacrosse player, who's in attendance as well tonight, and Paul's wife, Anne Marie, all of whom are here this evening. And I learned as well, there's some friends from Paul's hometown of Rexdale in the house as well tonight. Paul continued to stay involved with the A's organization after both Dan and Spencer graduated. Coatesy, as he's affectionately known, lights up any room with his positivity, and I might add, great voice. Yes, he's done some announcing too in his day, so Paul, I love that about you too. Most importantly, he's dedicated countless hours to the oldest sporting franchise, not only in St. Catharines, but all of Niagara, and truly one of the oldest in the province and in our country. The St. Catharines Junior A Athletics were founded in 1877. They've won 6 Minto championships, significant Canadian Junior A titles, and last year would have added to that total, but had to settle for a provincial crown due to the pandemic, and right there behind the scenes was Mr. Paul Coates. From meetings to phone calls to all the logistics behind the scenes, Paul, as a volunteer, does it all for the athletics. I think he called me 3 or 4 times already today to talk about upcoming games. I'm glad I can call him a friend. Tonight, with his entire family in attendance, friends from Rexdale, including his new pride and joy, they aren't here tonight, but I know his grandchildren, Henley and James, will be proud when they're old enough to know there's no one more deserving to be named St. Catharines Sportsperson of the Year than Mr. Paul Coates.
Carol. I can also get emotional, so hang on. Good evening, Mayor Senzik, members of council, members of city staff, additional guests, Todd Zavitz from the Athletics, and certainly my friends from Rexdale, who I'm sure weren't sure if this was a council chamber or a courtroom. I would like to first thank the nominating committee. It is with great honor and humbleness that I accept the St. Catharines 2021 Sportsperson of the Year Award. I would like to acknowledge Rod Mahood for nominating me and personally thank you for all you do in our region. You truly are the voice of Niagara. Certainly, when I signed up as a Junior A volunteer over 15 years ago, my intention was to give back to a game that became a passion of my kids, and certainly not to win awards. Along my sports adventure, I've been on the boards of St. Catharines Minor Hockey, the St. Catharines Winter Club, the Vic Teal Hockey Tournament, spent many hours as a sports commentator for Cogeco Television, volunteered as a dock worker at a variety of rowing event regattas, and I'm still a board member of the St. Catharines Old Boys Lacrosse Association. Tonight, my wife Anne Marie, my 3 children, and their partners are here to help me celebrate this award. Lacrosse has deep roots in our family. My wife's father, John Dewar, was a member of the 1950 St. Catharines Athletics Minto Cup champions. My son Dan was a former captain of the Junior A Athletics and just completed his 9th season in the National Lacrosse League. He has also won 3 world championships representing Canada and is also a 3-time winner of the national senior title, the Mann Cup. Dan is joined here tonight with his girlfriend Jackie from Buffalo. My daughter Kristen spent many hours spinning and jumping in Jack Gatecliff Arena as a member of the Winter Club. Now, along with being a mom of 2 young children, she will cheer on her fiance, Doug Buchan, one of 2 goaltenders with the Buffalo Bandits, who both reside here in St. Catharines as they begin the NLL Championship this Saturday night in Buffalo. My son Spencer played for both Spartans and the Athletics. In Spencer's rookie season, Athletics head coach at the time, Daryl Kilgore, asked one of the other coaches if it was okay to cut the president's son. I said I didn't sign up as president to create shortcuts for my kids. That year, Spencer played almost every game for the Spartan Junior Bs and played almost every game for the Junior A's and eventually went on to become captain of the Junior A's. Spencer is joined here tonight by his fiancée, Dana Hayward, recent 2022 recipient of the Jean Mance Award for Nursing Excellence at Shaver Hospital. I can also say that during Spencer's lacrosse days, we traveled to many tournaments with Councillor Harris. ... Although my name is attached to the Sportsperson of the Year, I share this award with many volunteers I have worked with. I represent an amazing board as part of the St. Catharines Athletics Lacrosse Club. There are too many individuals to single out, but many people have worked diligently to keep our club headed in the right direction through good times and bad. I would just like to quickly highlight 4 key moments in the last few years. In late 2019, I worked with some tremendous people, including Doug Hamilton, Steve Katzman, Matt Hill, Dan Pilon, Brian York, Sabrina Maselli, Todd Zavitz, and Mayor Senzik to secure the 2021 Minto Cup to be hosted at the Meridian Center here in St. Catharines. Members of the Junior A League were beyond excited with the thoughts of coming to the Garden City in August of 2020 for this national championship. Unfortunately, we know, along with many other things, where this went. In the spring of 2021, the Athletics were involved in the acquisition of the Spartan Junior B Lacrosse Club. A big thank you to Chris Spires for close to 20 years of running that Junior B team, and to Joji and Tom Ingeman, members of the founding Spartan family, for facilitating the merger. A third highlight and most gratifying was the team capturing the Ontario Junior A League Championship in Oakville last summer. A huge shout out to General Manager Jeff Chikoski, Todd Zavitz, head coach Steve Toll, the entire coaching staff, Lee Randall, Bob McLaren, and all the support staff, and our athletics board. This was the Junior A's first provincial title since 2003, and it was a gratifying send-off for many graduating players. Number 4 highlight is the movement of lacrosse and athletics to the spectacular new Canada Games facility at Brock University. Congratulations goes out to the Junior B Falcons for closing out the Jack with a Sutherland Cup. We will miss the old barn, but I'm proud to now share the new shining star at Brock University to all of Canada. The turf floor is being installed today as we speak. Please come out and enjoy Junior A or Junior B lacrosse in air-conditioned comfort. We look forward to seeing you. In closing, I want to thank my wife, Anne-Marie, for being more understanding through the years. I've missed more than few family functions while tending to lacrosse-related matters, and along the way you have continued to support and assist with my passion. Last Saturday night, I was a scorekeeper at a Junior B game. This Thursday night, I'll work a bingo for the athletics. An anonymous quote for someone much smarter than myself once said, "If you want to get something done, give it to a busy person." Thank you.
Paul, congratulations. That is an amazing tribute to everything you've done in our community. That's right. That's great. It's not ours, don't worry. We've got 2 certificates here, one from Chris Biddle and one from the City of St. Catharines, so we'll present this over here.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a wonderful opportunity to celebrate sports, and those who play it, those who coach it, those who are important in the administration of it. We thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Mayor, to appear before council and before television land in order to spread the vision, spread the profile, and to look forward to the 56th Sports Awards next year in person. Thank you.
And you're more than welcome to go back out to the atrium and have a discussion amongst yourselves and celebrate all the achievements. It has been a wonderful evening, and this is what makes our community so strong. We're able to say thank you and recognize all the achievements of those who are building sport and those who are achieving the highest success in their sport. So I want to say congratulations to everybody. Thank you to the organizers, the committee for all the work that you do, and I hope everybody has a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back to council. So this is the official part of council proceedings. We went in camera prior to earlier at 5:30 to try and get through some in-camera items. We'll be going back into camera after the duration of the rest of council's agenda. I had a bit of a mayor's report, but I'm just going to truncate it and say congratulations to the St. Catharines Falcons, who won the Sutherland Cup on Sunday in Chatham. Outstanding achievement. They were a great team this year. It was so wonderful to see them play out of the Jack. What a fitting way to close an arena that goes back to 1937. And I think the last 5 games I got to enjoy it with my dad, who had spent so many years there. Mr. Predovich was there, Mr. Nickerson, Stan Pollock, all the guys who played junior A out of there. I got to hear a lot of great stories and see some exciting hockey on the ice. So congratulations to all of the Falcons teams, the board of directors, the coaches, and everyone there. Also want to acknowledge former city councillor and the member of the first council of Niagara Region, and a very active member of our community, including the Hotel du Shaver, Bob Bell, and he had passed away at the age of 101, and he was a class act at all times. Every time I got an opportunity to spend time with him, he was someone who had all of the history somehow on politics woven inside of him, and so we got to talk a lot about the different politics of the day. He was a gentleman, a statesman, and someone who had a life very well lived. So condolences to his son Greg and the Bell family. And I also want to acknowledge Dr. John Thomas Luce, otherwise known as Jack Luce, the former chief of staff at the Hotel du Shaver. He passed away as well. After serving his country in the Canadian Forces, Dr. Luce turned his attention to the practice of medicine and found himself in St. Catharines, where he became a part of the medical team in 1972. Dr. Luce was a very compassionate man who very much cared for those who were seeking medical support at Hotel du Shaver. As someone who sat on the board with Dr. Luce for many years at the Hotel du Shaver, I can attest to the fact that he put his patients always first and foremost in everything he did. And so he practiced up until pretty much the day he passed away, so at the age of 82. It will be very much missed in our community. And with that, I'm just gonna skip a whole bunch of other stuff that I'll be able to post online, and we're gonna go right into our the CAO and the introduction of a new member to Team STC.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was Sarah, you can cue up the welcome back song that we were going to play. Just kidding.
Welcome back, Carter.
Council, for those of you online and those in the horseshoe, I'd like to offer a special welcome to Erin Ohosky, who's joining us for the second time to the City of St. Catharines in her first council meeting with us tonight. Erin previously served as our corporate planning officer for the city between 2007 and 2013. Then decided to move on and grow her career and expand her horizons, and made the obvious choice to want to come back eventually, similar to what I did a few years back. And we're really excited at the senior leadership team to have Erin and her skill set come back to the city and help us drive some of our strategic agenda and moving our priorities forward. So on behalf of the entire senior leadership team and all of the employees of St. Catharines and Team STC, welcome Erin to your first meeting.
Hey, congratulations. Hey. All right, welcome. And so we're going to go to the adoption of the agenda. So going to look over to the clerk and see if there's any changes to the agenda. We are going to move 10.3 up, but I'll ask the clerk to go through the agenda.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this evening's amendments. Councillor Harris has submitted a motion regarding By the Glass Manufacturers Limited Liquor Sales License for Hernder Estates Winery that he would like council to consider this evening. Item 12.3 is being discussed after item 7, and the following has been added to your Sugar Sync folder: an email from Stephen Chong, CEO of YMCA of Niagara, regarding an announcement regarding the Walker Family YMCA. And that's it.
Okay, so I have the agenda, mover and a seconder. Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Garcia. And all in favor? The agenda has been carried. Adoption of the minutes, that council adopt the minutes of the meeting of council held on May 16th, 2022. If there are no corrections to the minutes, I need a motion. We've got Councillor Kushner and Councillor Phillips, all in favor of the minutes. Those are carried. Any conflicts of interest, declarations of interest on the AGCO matter? Okay, seeing none. I will then go to, we're heading into 12.3, which is the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the AMO Board of Directors, appointment of Councillor Don Dodge as Director, Urban Large Caucus, and that the motion is to support the appointment of Councillor Dodge, and that the cost of Councillor Dodge's participation in the AMO board be paid by the city as it currently is, and that the clerk be directed to provide a copy of this resolution. I have Councillor Phillips moving it. Councillor Kushner is seconding it.
Councillor Garcia, okay.
Oh, Councillor Garcia? No, fine, that's fine. Any comments?
Councillor Garcia phoned me this afternoon to say that he'd be pleased to second it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so.
Councillor Dodge, once again, we look forward to her bringing news from you.
Very well said. Very well said. Okay, all in favor of a motion? Anyone opposed? Okay, that's carried. All right, so now we move on to the consent reports, and no items have been requested to move from consent to discussion. So I'll look to the clerk for today's consent agenda. Councillor Kushner, you got your hand up.
Yes, may I have 9.3 pulled?
And what is 9.3, Councillor?
It's with respect to the waste bylaw, long grasses, and weeds bylaw.
Okay, do you need it pulled because you're looking for information, or do you want to handle it as part of consent if you want to ask your question now?
Well, I could ask my question now, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, let's do that.
And the question I have is, when we have a neighborhood dominated by out-of-town rental owners, they tend to be problematic. And when we call in for one house, usually there's another 3 or 4 in the neighborhood. And the question is, why can the bylaw enforcement officer not do one street at a time rather than on a complaint basis? Because in the case of sidewalks, we do that. So why not a parallel situation with the long grass bylaw?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kushner. The item that has been pulled is for a public meeting to be discussed on the next meeting of council on June 13th. And that is,
right.
So this is a question. So how about we have staff be prepared to answer that question as part of the report that'll be coming on the 13th?
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So now we've got some councillor input on the next meeting of council for the public meeting, which I think a lot of people will ask the same question. So thank you, Councillor Kushner, for that. And I'll turn it over to the clerk for the consent agenda.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Tonight's consent agenda, 9.1, Community Recreation and Culture Services, Fairview Park and John Page Park Community Vision Update. 9.2, Planning and Building Services, demolition permit for a designated heritage property in the Port Dalhousie Heritage Conservation District, 132 Main Street, demolition. 9.3, Planning and Building Services, a creation of administrative penalties for violations of the city's waste bylaw and long grasses and weeds bylaw. Approval of this report will set a public meeting for June 13th. 9.4, Legal and Clerk Services, restricted acts after nomination day, the Lame Duck Council. And 9.5, Legal and Clerks Services. Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
And Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
Carried unanimously.
Okay, thank you for that, Council. And we have a couple of public meetings coming up today. And so I just want to do the declaration. Council chambers in all municipalities in our country represent the seat of local democracy. The many acts that govern us understand the necessity of the collective voice when decisions are being made to grow our spaces, pass our bylaws, and seek opinions into very complex issues. We recognize the right of the majority to decide, the minority to be heard, and the public to have an opportunity to participate, and all participants to be treated with courtesy and respect. It is imperative that elected officials, citizens, and staff have input, and it is paramount that we listen to one another and question one another, but we do so in a way that never undermines one person's ability or their dignity in our chambers. So 10.1 is an engineering facilities, environmental services, stopping up, closing, and release any city part. And so this is very much a housekeeping issue related to a specific property, 50 Henley Drive, and really in looking at the report, it's regarding a legal matter, a legal term that needs to be accomplished here so that moving forward there will be no additional issues with that property itself. So the public meeting has been called. Members of the public were provided options to submit written correspondence. No items of written correspondence were received. And then as of today, there was nobody who has requested to speak on this matter. The public meeting will be closed as the council make a decision. Now that the public meeting is open and no one was requested to speak, I will call for a motion to close the public meeting. And the motion is Councillor McPherson, second by Councillor Townsend. All in favor of closing the public meeting, and that is carried, signified by that. And we will now go to the motion on the floor that council close the public meeting regarding the stop-up. We have that closure. Again, bang the gavel. Staff recommendation is going to be put on the screen, and the staff recommendation is the closing up and stopping of that part, and that the city authorize release of any City of St. Catharines interest in the subject lands. Does any councillor have a question on this? It is very much a granular legal matter, but if there's a question of council, Councillor Garcia.
No, Mr. Mayor, I would just move the motion.
Wonderful. Okay, seconded by, we got Councillor Miller. Okay, thank you for that. If there are no further questions, I'm going to look to the clerk to call the vote.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
Carried unanimously.
And just as a reminder, if people are looking at home saying, why am I wearing a red tie? The only reason why I'm wearing this tie is because of the Falcons. So I'm just, it's Falcons. It's Falcons, red and white. So go Falcons, go. So with that, I'm going to go to the Planning and Building Services Vacant Building Registry bylaw. Notice to amend the bylaw, and it's for rates and fees, and this is to provide cost recovery of the Vacant Building Registry bylaw. So this was published last council, and this is the public meeting portion. The public meeting will proceed as follows. Mr. John Lane, the CBO, the Chief Building Official for the City of St. Catharines, will briefly explain the proposal. Members of the public were provided with options to submit written correspondence. So there has been no written correspondence, and no one has wished to speak, and so then the public meeting can be closed. I'll now call on Mr. John Lane to speak. After he finishes speaking, we will close the public meeting, and then if there is questions of staff, we'll have that as part of the staff recommendation portion. Mr. Lane, if you're able to join us.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Good evening.
Is my PowerPoint presentation ready to be queued up?
And here comes right there. It is. You're up.
Okay, so good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, staff, and the public. The purpose of this presentation is to provide you with an overview of the proposed vacant building registry bylaw that is before you this evening for your consideration. Next slide, please. Currently, over 100 buildings have been identified as vacant by the City of St. Catharines Fire Department. Staff estimate that the total number of vacant buildings in the city exceeds 200. Next slide, please. The purpose of the vacant building registry bylaw is to discourage property owners from allowing their buildings to remain vacant. Well-kept streetscapes are spoiled by abandoned, neglected buildings. Vacant buildings are considered to be a blight in this city. Next slide, please. Several buildings have remained vacant for years and are subject of numerous citizen complaints. Next slide. Several vacant buildings have become so deteriorated that they are in extreme disrepair. And in my business, we call this demolition by neglect. And experience tells me that if a building is left long enough, it will eventually become unsafe. Since June 16th, next slide, please. Since June 16th, 2021, there have been no less than 17 fires in vacant buildings in St. Catharines. Next slide. Vacant buildings attract vandalism and graffiti, which breeds blight and crime in our city. Next slide. Vacant buildings also attract squatters who attempt to break into them and are oftentimes successful to engage in various illicit activities. Next slide. In order to comply with the Vacant Building Registry bylaw, property owners who allow their buildings to become vacant will be required to register their buildings. So in a nutshell, it's not illegal to own a vacant building, it's illegal to not register it. Next slide, please. So some criteria. For simplicity, the definition for a vacant building mirrors the Ontario Building Code and is a building that appears to be not in use and that is not protected from the entry of unauthorized persons, that is not protected from the entry of rain, snow, vermin, or birds into their interior of the building, or where the supply of any one or more of the electricity, gas, or water utilities serving the building is discontinued or disconnected, or where 25% or more of the door and window openings to the building are partially or completely boarded up. Next slide. Once someone registers their building, there will be an initial $350 administration fee for us to set up our files and a rotating recheck system. Next slide. The annual registration fee, it will be for 2022, $800. Next slide. Once registered, bylaw enforcement officers will attend vacant buildings, and they'll do this quarterly to assess compliance with these 4 bylaws: the property standards bylaw, the grass and weeds bylaw, the waste bylaw, and the graffiti bylaw. Next slide. Proactive enforcement action will be initiated in response to any detected bylaw infractions. Next slide. St. Catharines will have the ability to prosecute vacant building owners who refuse to register their vacant buildings or abide by any other portions of the bylaw that are applicable. Penalties under this bylaw will be integrated into the city's non-parking administrative monetary penalties system, which Council is familiar with. And rather than proceeding via the Provincial Offences Act, contraventions of the bylaw will primarily be dealt with by using a penalty notice directly to the party in contravention. Next slide. I should mention that there are some exemptions. Some buildings are exempt from the bylaw. For example, a building under construction or demolition, providing a building permit or demolition permit has been issued by the city, and where work takes place for at least 40 hours during each 90-day period following permit issuance. A building that's on a farm other than the principal residence, a building that is used on a seasonal basis, or a building that is owned or controlled by the federal, provincial, regional, or city government. Next slide. A fee structure has been established to provide the city the ability to generate adequate revenues, which includes the initial administration fee and the ongoing annual registration fees, to offset the cost of enforcement. The current complement of bylaw enforcement officers have the capacity to enforce the proposed bylaw to a maximum number of 50 properties. Once the number of vacant buildings identified exceeds 50, staff will request council to approve an additional full-time employee, which would be a bylaw enforcement officer, to continue expanded enforcement efforts. And is anticipated that this bylaw will be full cost recovery. So to sum up things and the anticipated results of enacting this bylaw, building owners will be discouraged from allowing their buildings to become vacant, prevent demolition by neglect and unsafe building conditions through proactive property standards enforcement and the enforcement of other bylaws, decrease the number of unwanted fires, reduce graffiti in the city, prevent and discourage vagrants and squatters from trespassing into vacant buildings, and thereby discouraging unwanted drug activity and other illicit activities. And finally, streetscapes will be improved with tidier properties, free of garbage and debris, and long grass and weeds.
Okay, so
if there's any questions, through you, Mr. Chair, if there's any questions. Yep.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lane. We're going to close the public meeting first because there's no one here from the public who wants to speak, and then we'll get that motion on the floor first. So thank you very much for your presentation. I want to close the public meeting, so I just need a motion. Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Phillips, all in favor of closing the public meeting. So that has been carried, and now we go to the staff recommendation. With that, I've got Councillor Miller on the floor first.
Yeah, I just question of clarification. I think the criteria in the appendix, in the bylaw, I guess I should say, in 3.1, it's not really clear if these criteria are and or criteria. And I think in the presentation, they were presented as or criteria, but I think the way it's read, it seems more like and.
To Mr. Lane?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair. So it's a building that appears to be not in use and any one of those other things. So it's an or between all of the list of things. So it's a building that appears to be, for instance, not unoccupied and where there is no water service to the building, for instance. That would be considered a vacant building.
Could we add or after that? I just see that as a wiggle room where someone could say, well, the services have been cut off, but, it's protected from entry from an unauthorized person.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, sentence 3, bracket 1, bracket F, at the end of F is where you find the or. So that will be included, all of the things above.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Okay, questions, Councillor Harris?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter. Going back, there was a line that said this will help prevent squatting, illicit behavior, and things like that. I'm just wondering, how will that prevent and how will you enforce squatting? Because when I look at our parks and different things, there's all kinds of squatting and things going on. So I'm just wondering how you're going to enforce that with these vacant buildings.
So through you, Mr. Chair, in section 9 of the bylaw, one of the requirements is the owner of the property or a designated agent must visit the property every 2 weeks. So the property.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but we have a huge problem with people squatting, and we can't seem to enforce that. So how are we going to ensure it's enforced? Like, we're going to tell people that own private property that they have to enforce it, but we have trouble enforcing it ourselves.
So if I can jump in here, I think we've got two different discussions taking place, Councillor, where we actually do have a process for our own parks, which are identify, work with street outreach, and also then work with the NRP. So there's a process that takes time. In the private property matter, where it's a vacant house that hasn't been identified, we don't have any ability to go in and do anything at the current time. So this does now give more of the opportunity for our staff through bylaw to actually address the issue sooner. So we shouldn't be conflating what's happening in our parks versus what's happening in a private property where the building has been left to be empty and negligent and no one knows what's going on inside of it. In the parks, we're already working with different outreach organizations to address those issues.
Okay.
You've been a part of council where we've approved the $150,000 a year to work with street outwork. So it is a different process that through the vacant buildings versus what's happening in the parks. It's two completely different things. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. a couple of questions to Mr. Lane through you, and I strongly support the concept. I think we need something like this. So question number one is, do other municipalities in Niagara have these bylaws or similar?
Through you, Mr. Chair, on the edge of Niagara, the city of Hamilton does have this bylaw.
But no other of our local municipalities.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, well, it's good to be a leader. My second question is, you have obviously identified a number of properties that qualify as vacant properties. But if you have not identified it, is there a process whereby a resident can identify a property and ask that it be added to the list, or will there be a process?
So through the chair, it is actually the fire department that's identified the 100 that are on our list now. And anecdotally speaking to bylaw enforcement staff, they're aware of others where no one has obviously lodged a complaint. But now that once the bylaw has been enacted, the public will be able to call the city, Citizens First, or our bylaw department to lodge a complaint, identify a particular property that they're concerned about is vacant in their neighborhood or anywhere in the city, and staff would be happy to go out and investigate.
Thank you. So in other words, once the bylaw is in place, the residents could phone in and say, this property next door to me is vacant and totally not taken care of, and so on, right? Okay.
Through the chair, that's correct.
All right. And through you, Mr. Mayor, just a question for clarification, perhaps to the Director of Finance. I think we corrected this, but we used to have a benefit to property owners to leave properties vacant because it reduced their taxes. That's no longer the case. Is that correct?
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, the reduced tax rate for a vacant property has been eliminated, and we are in the process of also moving away from giving a reduced tax rate to vacant land properties.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kushner, then Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first question has been answered regarding taxes. And the second question I have, I'm fully supportive of the bylaw as presented. But the question I have, there's a picture shown of the Welland House. And if we had such a bylaw, how would that have impacted the Welland House?
Mr. Lane?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I don't have a retroactive crystal ball, but I imagine that once that property had been designated as identified as a vacant building and registered, staff would be regularly attending the property, as well as their own representatives on a every 2-week basis, and any breaches in the building would have been discovered and sealed up. The other thing is that I think, and I'm not too familiar with the property, there was some property standards issues with that building, and the more the city, through their property standards enforcement, is sort of nipping at the heels of the building owners to have them fix windows, fix doors, paint over peeling paint, or fix leaky downspouts. Eventually, the owners are going to find that the financial burden of updating the building to at least the minimum property standards is enough to, prompt them to seek another use for the building, or to sell the building, or to repurpose the building in some way. So I would hope that with that building under the watchful eye of the owner itself and the city of St. Catharines bylaw enforcement officers, that maybe the breach in the building would have been prevented, and maybe the fire would have been prevented.
Okay, thank you. I would be of the same opinion, and it's unfortunate that we're somewhat tardy in introducing such a bylaw, but it speaks well for the future. And you mentioned demolition by neglect. And I can see someone doing that for a heritage building. They don't want to preserve a building, and therefore they neglect it, and then they come to council with the conclusion that it's not worth saving. Now, but some of the other buildings that you showed us, they seem to be decent buildings. So the question I have, do we have any evidence as to why people neglect these buildings?
So I think, John, if I can jump in here, it's pure speculation as to why a building. So if we can move beyond that conversation, because it is speculative at best. Councillor?
No, I realize it's speculative, but my question is there any evidence that we have regarding why the owners keep them vacant?
I would say that would be a conversation best kept for either a future discussion on development opportunities on some of those buildings, but currently we're just looking at the vacant building registry bylaw. So it is a good question, but I think we got to keep the meeting moving. And if there's another question that you have.
That's it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Phillips, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, does this apply to residential buildings only, or are you also including buildings that are vacant in industrial areas?
Through the chair, it would apply to all buildings except the ones that I listed as being exempted.
Okay. In the report, it indicates that the owner is expected to visit every 2 weeks to ensure that their vacant building is safe. How are you going to monitor that? Are they going to have to register with you to tell you that they're going to be at their house at 10 o'clock on Tuesday morning, or how's that going to work? How are you going to ensure that they're there?
So through the chair, one of the things that we could do is ask for regular reports from either the owner or the owner's representative, including digital photographs of the date of their attendance and a report on the condition of the building.
Okay. And if a vacant building all of a sudden goes up for sale, I can see this perhaps happening, that a building, there's a for sale sign on it for a long time. How do you deal with that? If, they say, well, okay, we're putting it up for sale, we don't want it anymore, and they put an exorbitant price on it, it never sells type of thing, it's still vacant. Do they have an out that way by saying, hey, it's for sale, or do you just say, sorry, it's vacant?
Yes, through the chair, whether the property is up for sale or not, it will have no bearing on the enforcement of this bylaw. And I would further suggest that if the property does end up selling, that the new owner will have to pay a $350 administration fee and pay the first $800, once the building is determined to be vacant.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you very much. And again, the same as Councillor Garcia, I think this is long overdue, and it's definitely going to clean up our city. Good work.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any questions. I just have some comments. So.
Yep, we're heading to a vote.
Okay?
So, yep.
Okay, great. I just want to thank staff for this report. Obviously, I'm very familiar with some of the buildings that were in the slideshow. And I want to just share, I had a comment, or actually I should share a couple of things. The first one is that I know some members of the community are very much looking forward to this bylaw coming into effect. It's simply unacceptable that some property owners in our city let their buildings fall into the decay that they are. And I'm not talking about, Bob and Mary had a house and they fell on hard times and then the house. That's not what's going on here. These are absentee homeowners, they're absentee property owners, they're big corporations that just can't be bothered to sell something. And quite frankly, it's really deterring development and it's hindering housing that we need, and it's also endangering people. When you have folks who are perhaps unhoused, they're trying to get warm. They're really trying to do the best they can to survive. And so they're going in a house and perhaps maybe a fire starts and then it becomes deadly. This is very, very serious. So I'm very, very pleased that staff is actually moving forward on this, and it is going to help many of the neighborhoods. I did want to just pass along one other thing, I had a conversation with a woman today, and I told her about this, was actually coming forward, and she was talking about a particular street in the ward that she was concerned about. And this is concerning to people who live in neighborhoods. And we're seeing if you look at the chart in your report, there's quite a few in our ward, Councillor Miller and my ward. And it makes those that also live in those neighborhoods, makes them not proud of their neighborhoods as well. So if we can hold these property owners to account that they must start either renting out the homes before they fall into disrepair, that's going to help with our housing issue. They're either going to demolish these houses, sell the land so we can build on them and get people housed and have some more housing stock. And then also with old discarded properties, it's really going to be a big deal, and I think it's going to make a big impact in a lot of our communities. And so I'm just very grateful that this is before us, and I look forward to supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Littleton, Councillor Dodge, and then Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff. I was just wondering about how we came about for the fees. I'm wondering if there's like a different fee for, say, a corporation or a larger property that would take much more time to perhaps keep an eye on, sort of thing.
Through the chair, the decision to make a flat fee was in an effort to streamline the costing of this bylaw. Maybe in a future iteration of the bylaw, we could consider a sliding scale of fees, but for now, these flat fees with up to the 200 properties, just with the view of being full cost recovery, that was the amount that we determined would be appropriate.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor Porter for the final question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Councillor Dodge just asked the question that I was going to ask. I'm really pleased to see this. I know this has been rolled out in the city of Hamilton, a city that has a lot of vacant buildings and vacant industrial buildings. And through my conversations with staff, I understand that they're able to hire 2 full-time bylaw enforcement officers in the city of Hamilton. And I think it's fair that there's cost recovery because these buildings take up so much staff time and resources. Even just with our phone calls as councillors, we get tons of phone calls and concerns. Councillor McPherson has been dealing with the Memorial School issue a lot over the last month, and we were just on site today with the new owner going over this. And what happened with the Welland House Hotel is a prime example of why we need this. I'm happy to support this today, but perhaps in the future, once this gets rolling, for larger properties like the GM lands, maybe staff in the future could take a look at having maybe a different annual fee for larger, more complex properties. I don't want to make any amendments today, but it's just something to think about. I know we got to get this done. I know it's something that staff have wanted to implement for a while, and I want to thank them for their work on this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Miller?
Yeah, I just want to say I'm very happy about this. As we may recall, we supported the vacant home tax a few years ago and sent that to the region. And I think this is, as Councillor Garcia said, a way to show leadership and maybe another way that the other municipalities in Niagara can adopt this. Of course, there's a sort of tragic irony in talking about the number of squatters and the number of vacant houses. If we didn't have so many vacant properties, we would certainly have less people dehoused and needing to squat somewhere. So hopefully this is a big step in the right direction, and as everyone's alluded to, something we deal with a lot, and I'm really hopeful for this. I am also, as I said, reserving the right to the name Demolition by Neglect for my punk band, so thank you.
That's good. Okay, if I can make one amendment, which would be to have an annual report come back to council on the vacant building registry, just as an opportunity to do 2 things: to look at the cost of it, as well as so council gets a sight line into how many vacant buildings there are and what's being done about it. So if I can add that as an amendment, I need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Littleton, Councillor Porter, are you okay with that amendment? Okay, I'm getting nods, and I'm not seeing any further questions. So I'm going to turn it over to the clerk once the amendment is put on the floor. And it's really just an annual report to council on the vacant building registry. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Absolutely, yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
Carried unanimously.
And again, thank you to Mr. Lane and his team for bringing all of this together. I think it's another tool in the toolbox that the staff and the public have been asking for. So this is great that the councils have been able to get this through today. 11.1, which is economic development and government relations. This is talking about the municipal accommodations tax. And again, there's going to be a brief discussion by Director York of Economic Development and Government Relations. He'll do a brief presentation, and then we'll have a discussion about the staff recommendation. So turning over to Director York.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the report before you this evening provides recommendations related to the enactment, remittance, and revenue sharing of a municipal accommodation tax in St. Catharines. As council will recall, this effort was pending the approval and alignment with the short-term rental licensing program, which is now in effect. Staff are recommending the establishment of a municipal services corporation to satisfy the eligible tourism entity requirement to hold and develop a business plan for the funds collected. Concurrently, under a council-approved MOU, staff are exploring the establishment of a joint destination marketing organization between the City of St. Catharines and the Town of Lincoln, and a future joint destination marketing org creates the potential to transfer the tax collected to the new entity, and the Municipal Services Corp would no longer be required. This evening, I'm joined by my colleague, Karen Doyle, Tourism Marketing Officer for the city, to answer any questions you have related to the report. And with that, we'll open the floor. Thank you.
Okay, I want to get the staff recommendation on the floor. So mover and a seconder to get this on the floor. Councillor McPherson and Councillor Littleton. So staff recommendations on the floor currently. And I'm going to turn it over to Councillor Townsend for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to, I guess, the director or to Karen Doyle. Looking at the cities of Sarnia, Kingston, Windsor, Hamilton, Oshawa, Barrie, Belleville, Sudbury, Sault Ste. Marie, Guelph, Cambridge, Kitchener, Timmins, Stratford, Mississauga, Toronto, Peterborough, and Huntsville. All of them have a 4%. Why did we end up with the $2 MAT?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the $2 MAT was in consultation with our local hotel and accommodation providers. That was a figure that we brought before council nearly 2 years ago as we started this process. And it was again reconfirmed that the interest was to be more aligned with the City of Niagara Falls, who has also implemented a $2 rate per night.
Okay, I mean, thank you for that. I guess just seeing that all these other municipalities are going with a 4%, is that something that council could also implement?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly council could choose to implement a percentage versus a flat per dollar per night rate.
Thank you. And through the mayor, how would that impact what you've laid out with this program?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, the numbers, the figures change significantly. At present, within the staff report, I think we are estimating approximately $250K in revenue. When you move to a 3 or a 4% rate, that brings the total upwards of $900 to $1 million, $800 to $1 million in revenue.
Okay, thank you.
And then just a quick question, that revenue is collected and could be used for, to the Director of Economic Development?
Yeah, certainly. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll defer to my colleague Karen Doyle to answer that question, please.
Ms. Doyle?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, we would use the money for the purposes of promoting tourism in St. Catharines and driving overnight stays, the implementation of product development, itineraries, and curated experiences, enhanced support and partnerships with underrepresented groups, placemaking projects and animation of municipal property, and attraction of group businesses, conventions, sport tourism, bus tours, etc.
Thank you. And just a quick follow-up. So how much, to get the Briar into St. Catharines, what would the city's contribution be for a large curling tournament?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, a fee to host an event of that nature could exceed $250K and a cash commitment or more. It's dependent upon the event.
And would this new MAT, that would go to those, attracting those type of events?
Certainly would.
And previously it would come out of the taxpayers' funds for that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes.
Makes sense to me. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the director and Ms. Doyle, I guess. Number one, just some clarification. You're recommending that we set up a municipal services corporation, but am I correct that you need to do that? Otherwise, you're forced to remit 50% of it. Is it to the province that you would have to remit it?
No, through you, Mr. Mayor, the purpose in establishing an MSU Municipal Services Corporation is that it is an eligible entity to remit to then expend the funds out into the community. So in absence of a destination marketing organization, the Municipal Services Corporation is an alternative to host the funds collected.
Thank you for that. And your recommendation is that that entity could be set up with current staff, like we're not asking for added staff?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, there are no additional staff at this time. The interest is to get it established, start collecting as of August 1st, and continue the work we're completing with the town of Lincoln on the feasibility of a joint destination marketing organization, after which, if approved by council, we would establish a separate entity to host the municipal accommodation tax.
Okay, and a couple more questions, if I may, through you, Mr. Mayor. So, based on your discussions with the local hotel owners, what do they believe would happen with this tax? Will it be added on top of their current rates, or do they essentially have to eat that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's a tax that the visitor pays. So it's not the hotelier. The hotelier continues to pay their business tax as well as collect the HST. This is a separate municipal levy that is paid by whomever's booking the room on their checkout per night.
No, I understand, but basically when you check into the hotel, you're going to be told that your rate now instead of 120 is 124 or whatever because of that, right? So
that's correct.
Yeah. So okay. Well, just a comment through you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I understand that other municipalities are using the percentage, but I would be nervous about putting ourselves in a position where we're higher than Niagara Falls, which is such a major tourist destination and has so many more hotel rooms, I'm sure that we have. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff, in your research, have you come across any other municipality in Ontario that charges a flat fee other than Niagara Falls?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have not.
Okay, Councillor Townsend listed probably 30, and through my research, I've found about 50 municipalities all charging 4%. Small ones like Dryden, Thunder Bay, Toronto, Mississauga, municipalities of every size. So I guess if Bruce Springsteen came to Niagara Falls and spent $5,000 on a hotel room, he would pay $2. Somebody who just got evicted and had to stay at a cheap motel would also have to pay $2. So I guess I struggle with that. And when I crunch the math, I think my other concern, I spend a lot of time in Cornwall, unfortunately or fortunately. It's where my in-laws live, and they have a 4% municipal accommodations tax. And I think the population's somewhere between $40,000 and $50,000. Their municipal accommodations tax brings in $300,000 to $400,000 gross, and they split it. They send 60% to the tourism agency, and they're able to do a lot of this. And when I look at what's proposed here, it's $2. We would gross $225,000. And if we were to just take 25% to the city, it would be maybe $62,000. And I'm not sure, I guess I'm disappointed to some extent. I've been waiting 3 years for this, and so is Councillor Littleton. I want to thank staff, because the reason it's taken so long is that we had to deal with Airbnbs. So we did this appropriately, because if we didn't legalize Airbnbs, we wouldn't be able to collect this, which wouldn't have been fair to the hotel owners to just do it on theirs. When I look at Niagara Falls, they're not even listed on the Airbnb website, so I'm not even sure if they're even collecting. So I don't see Niagara Falls as the city that we should be modeling ourselves after, because they're missing millions of dollars of revenue. They're not really collecting from Airbnbs effectively, because I don't think they've legalized it. And I just don't understand why theirs is $2. And I have an amendment to this. I think that we need to be doing what other municipalities across the province are doing. And we could be grossing $800 to $1 million. We could be taking all of tourism services through the city of St. Catharines off the tax levy from our homeowners and putting it onto people who are traveling and can afford to do this. And we can have a killer tourism agency with a really great local municipality right next to us who has a ton of wineries. So there's so much opportunity here. When we implement this, I think we have to do it right. And our tax payers are would be expecting us to do something like this. I actually think if the taxpayers knew that we were implementing this and really, after all this trouble, only collecting $62,000 for ourselves, I think they'd be disappointed. And ultimately, there's so much opportunity with this revenue for sports. Anyways, I'm going to stop talking.
So, Councillor, you had mentioned an amendment. So, do you want to request an amendment on the floor?
Yes, since it's two parts. One is instead of a flat tax, or flat fee, which I think is regressive, that it be 4%. And
4%,
that...
Just wait, 4%?
Yes. And given the massive increase in revenue that this would bring from going from $2 to 4%, I think it's fair and reasonable that we would do what most other cities have done in my research, which is send 60% to the tourism entity and not 75%. I think that's, we could internally use the help and the funds. We have a lot of tourism initiatives. We have...
Okay, just wait,
sorry.
Just trying to, so we got 4%, and then you also want to change the total payment from 75 to 60?
To 60. This is what I've seen.
And then the other would affect the other one, which is the city's portion equal to, and so that would go up to 40%.
Yes.
I want to get these numbers right. So before we do anything, I got to look at the mover and seconder. Are you comfortable with the amendments? If not, we have to vote on them separately. That's what I'm asking. Both? Okay, so they're both fine with the amendments as made. What I think we'll do is also separate 1, 4, and 5 in terms of the paragraphs. We'll separate them so that we can vote on them separately, just in case there is council discussion on it. So we have made some changes. Councillor Kushner, I want to put you on the table right now.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. What is tourism costing us now?
Director of Economic Development.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, I will get you an accurate figure, total cost. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the council approved budget for 2022 is $357,000. And that's the provision of 2 staff members as well.
Okay, and when I look at the city, we have new facilities a lot of new facilities, very beautiful facilities, and I see more potential for ecotourism. So if we wanted to, do we have somebody allocated now to sports tourism only?
I'm sorry, pardon me, sorry? I'm sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, I missed the last part. Do we have somebody allocated to sport tourism?
Specifically.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, not at this time. It's a function, I guess, shared responsibility between tourism and economic development staff. Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do operate a small tourism, sport tourism grant through council. I believe it's a $10,000 budget to help attract events. Youth, sorry.
Okay, and you would have, I gather, number one, I prefer a percentage tax rather than flat fee, because I think the more expensive rooms should pay more than the least expensive rooms. So I'm supportive of a percentage, but with 4%, do you think there would be any negatives to that? I know we're somewhat competing with Niagara Falls, but are the rooms there not more expensive for a comparable room if there are comparable rooms?
Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, sure, there are comparable rooms, but there's also more than 10,000 rooms available in Niagara Falls throughout the season. So it's a completely different market, but we did do extensive consultation, and our 10 accommodation partners suggested we align with that of Niagara Falls. Similarly, the town of Niagara-on-the-Lake recently approved their MAT at 2%, and it comes into effect July 1st. So there is a variance, I guess, in Niagara as opposed to the communities identified through Council Porter.
Okay, so if we went to 2% tax, that would give us $500,000, 3%, $750,000, and of course the 4%, $1 million. Would you be able to use that money, in your opinion, effectively?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, absolutely. The purpose of this tax is to help promote the industry and unify the industry. And I believe the work we're doing with the town of Lincoln will jointly result in increased visitors and a better, more coordinated program. Absolutely.
Okay, and the other possibility would be to go from the 2 to a percentage of 3 for 1 year and 4% for the following year. Would that give the industry time to make an accommodation to that increased tax? Would you recommend that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think it's we need to establish a starting point. This is completely new. We're not certain we'll get 50% occupancy rate. We're not sure if it'll be 75. So I think an escalator today probably isn't the best approach. I would prefer that we get a year of collection in order and then determine a path forward through an amendment to the bylaw.
Okay, so you would be supportive of going, say, to 3%, then doing an evaluation, then going to 4? No?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, my staff recommendation is that we accept the industry recommendation at $2.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Littleton?
Thank you. And I'm sorry I'm asking again. Are we just providing thoughts or we're asking questions?
So we're trying to get to a point where we're going to settle on at least the accommodation fee. And so that is the starting point. So if you could speak to that and let's get that one out of the way, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, I have a lot of thoughts about this because first of all, as Councillor Porter said, we have been asking for this for quite some time, and so very appreciative that it's here before us tonight. As chair of the budget committee, we're facing increasing pressures, and what we're looking at right now it's tough, and we can't keep asking our taxpayers to pay for things that we don't have to ask them to pay for. And this is one of them. This is going to be implemented. As you've already heard, the vast majority of municipalities across this province already have implemented this. So this is not like we're breaking ground here. Number two, Niagara Falls receives millions of dollars in tourist grants because they have the casinos. They do not need to have any more 4% for them to run great programs and tourist packages. Additionally, they have federal programs, they have commercials paid for by the province of Ontario to get people to come to Niagara Falls. They don't need to worry about a $2 or a 4% tax. I also like to mention the price of hotel rooms. If you are paying a hotel room, I'm just going to say at a Hotel A here in St. Catharines, it might be $129 a night, $139, $149 a night. If it defies logic that someone would say, you know what, I'm going to go on wherever and I'm going to look for a cheaper hotel room because I don't want to pay 4% MAT tax. And so I'm going to then drive to Niagara Falls where the hotel rooms are going to be $229, $249, $259, $350, $450 for a Falls View room just so I can escape paying a 4% MAT tax. It's ridiculous. The other point I'd like to make is that if this isn't your position in life, it's okay. I'm not saying that you're ill-informed or anything. It's just something that's not maybe on your radar. As someone who has 2 children who are very involved in soccer, we go to soccer tournaments, soccer this, soccer that, soccer over here, soccer over there, salsa soccer, OFSA soccer this week. So it's like I stay in hotel rooms all the time. I've paid the MAT tax in Cambridge, Kingston, Ottawa, London. I just paid it in Oshawa. I'm paying it this weekend. I believe if I go to Bell River to watch OFSA, it's just something that you pay. And I promise you, nobody goes on there. If the team is staying at Holiday Inn St. Catharines or they're staying in Best Western St. Catharines because that's what the team is staying, nobody is not going to stay in that hotel room so that they can avoid paying 4% tax. It's just something that is province-wide, and this is really something we need to get on the ball here at 4%. Not $3, not $2, not $2.50, not $3. Let's not debate this. $4. Let's move on.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Littleton. Clearly, you're on the fence here. We don't know where you stand. I'm going to go to Councillor Williamson. I think, Councillor Williamson, you took your hand down, but do you want to, because if not, I'm going to go to Councillor Miller.
I did take it down, and I have been listening to councillors. I'm just concerned that the director is suggesting that this larger 10,000 room, I think he mentioned, Niagara Falls market has the potential. You know, the reality is we border them and would compete for rooms with them, but I do prefer the percentage basis. And if it doesn't work out and Niagara Falls is out competing us, then I think we can look at it a year and drop the percentage or go to a per room rate. But I will support what's on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, I just want to follow and just say I think the percentage is a much fairer way to do it, and I think it certainly appreciate the work staff did on this, but I think comparable municipalities are doing percentage. Niagara Falls, we're really not comparable to in a lot of ways, and I don't think we want to be in this case. I think that the hospitality industry in Niagara Falls, I think most residents would tell you, has a pretty outsized influence on political decisions in that city, for better or worse. And as Councillor Littleton alluded to, I think most of the people who come to stay in hotels in St. Catharines or beautiful places like Cornwall, the friendly seaway city, one of the oldest in Canada, are doing so because they have to come here for a sporting event or something like this, or a recital, or for work or something like this. They're going to stay for convenience. It's a relatively captive audience. And I think that's why this is going to end up benefiting the hospitality industry by generating more of these events and getting more people in to the hotels. And finally, the hotels, there's much more competition in Niagara Falls, so you could maybe slightly understand the argument that having a lower fee is easier to take there. There's less competition in St. Catharines, so if someone's staying here, they have a few choices to choose from. I don't see this being debilitating in terms of our competitiveness for people booking rooms, and I'm excited to see. I think we all know St. Catharines has a lot of potential that's not being realized when it comes to tourism, eco, wine, sports, or otherwise. So excited to see that come to fruition with these additional funds. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Phillips.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the time is right now as far as the 4% is concerned. We don't compete with Niagara Falls as far as tourism is concerned, and I wouldn't be surprised that if we go with 4%, Niagara Falls won't be too long behind us in bumping theirs up from 2 to 4%. With Canada Summer Games Park opening and with Meridian Center and everything we have, our tourism in that respect should boom. The hotels in St. Catharines, you use the Briar as an example. I think we lost the Briar to Kingston because Kingston did pony up more money than what we were going to do, and they could. The Briar is something that probably will be in St. Catharines, and the Memorial Cup, we've been fighting for that, all kinds of things. With this extra money, it could launch many sports events and artistic events. So I think we'd be foolish not to go up to 4%. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor McPherson, and I'm going to end it off with Councillor Townsend.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question about the partnership with Lincoln. How would the change in the up to 4% impact that relationship?
Director?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, Lincoln has yet to establish a MAT, so they're taking cues from our process, and as we finalize work on a joint DMO, their intention is to investigate and then implement a MAT in their community as well. So it's complementary, I guess.
Okay, and I guess the other question is from the discussions with the tourism partners or industry. What do you I mean, was $2 just discussed as that was their recommendation? Was there further discussion about other amounts or going with the percentage?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, discussion started, well, as I said, nearly 2 years ago, around the percentage as most communities had implemented, and quickly resolved into a $2 per night request, and I believe they delegated to council in that regard as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Councillor Townsend, and then looks like we can wrap this up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I'll just say that I'm in full support of the 4%. One thing that some councillors have forgotten in regards to Niagara Falls is that even though they do charge a $2 per room tax, every time you do dine out and eat in Niagara Falls, the city of Niagara Falls is collecting a tourist tax on that food bill. So that's another way that they do collect it in addition with the casino money. But in regards to the 4% and the tourism aspect, if we want to, host great events like the Memorial Cup, like World Juniors, like the Minto Man Cup, if we want to host conferences like AMO, if we want to host international expositions and conventions and have exhibits here in the city, we need to have a proper tourism board fully functioning who can actually facilitate having and inviting these big groups to our city. And I'm, again, very supportive of the 4%. I thank Councillor Porter for making that amendment. And I'll just leave it at that, and I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend, and I will add the World Rowing Championships in 2024. Another great example of how the funds that we could use from this kind of MAT don't fall to the taxpayer, but they actually fall to the residents visiting the city. And I do think that this is a strong move with the 4%, and will allow for St. Catharines to be much more competitive on tracking down those events. That will put more overnight stays into the accommodation businesses here in our community. So with that, I'm going to ask for separate vote on number 1 to take place first. So we'll do that one first, the one that'll be highlighted by our council coordinator, and that'll be the first vote. So with that, I'm going to ask the clerk to do the roll call on this one.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes, I've been persuaded. Okay.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
Carried unanimously.
So the other 2 votes relate to the percentages. Does anybody have any issues with the percentages that have been changed from 75 to 25 to 60 to 40? And if we can vote on those two we'll just vote on both of them as a block. I'm not seeing any concerns, but I just want to vote on these two separately because they are percentages. So we're changing the percentages that will be collected and remitted. Seeing no questions, I'm going to go to the city clerk to call the question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
And Mayor Senzik.
Yes.
Carried unanimously.
Okay, for the duration of the motions that are on the floor, really, I don't think there's any other concerns with the remainder of the motions. They talk about the creation of the Municipal Services Corporation, who would sit on it, who has authorization to enter into an agreement. So these are more standard. So I'll look to the clerk to call the question on the final motion, whatever they're called.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes, but
Councillor?
I would like to declare a conflict of interest with Brock offering to give us the equivalent money. Thank you.
Okay, noted.
Thank you. Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
And Mayor Senzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay, thank you, council, and thank you, staff, for following this through. This is a big step for tourism in St. Catharines, and it's going to be one to see it come to fruition over the next 10 plus years. And this is I think a great move by all involved. So 11.2, this is our next one, which is the Ontario Street Corridor Secondary Plan Study. And this is the term of reference and proposed amendment to the Community Improvement Plan. So we do have a presentation. This involves the 282, 285 Ontario Street. We do have a presentation by Bruce Bellows, and he's a senior project manager for the City of St. Catharines, pretty much an expert on the material that we're going to be hearing. He's got about a 13-minute presentation, so I just want to give council a heads up on that. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Bellows, and he could take us through the staff recommendation. Mr. Bellows, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, members of council. I'm here tonight to present and recommend terms of reference to undertake Ontario Street Corridor Secondary Plan Study, as well as to consider a related site-specific amendment to the city's Community Improvement Plan. Driven by the closure of the long-standing auto manufacturing use at 282 and 285 Ontario Street, referred by many as the former GM lands, Council directed staff to evaluate alternative use permissions on subject properties for future residential and mixed-use development. The manufacturing plant closed in 2010. The properties were sold in 2014. Most of the existing buildings in the site have since been demolished and is now a 50-acre brownfield redevelopment site in the middle of the city. The current ownership has stated interest to pursue future development on the lands for residential and mixed-use purposes. Reflecting the historical use of the lands, properties have long been designated employment in the city's official plan. Changing use permissions requires an official plan amendment. Pursuant to provincial land use policy, an official plan amendment to convert employment lands is first subject to a citywide land needs assessment. In 2020, the city completed a land needs assessment, and which formed the basis for Amendment 26 to the city's official plan. Official plan amendment 26 was adopted by City Council in November 2020 and formally approved by the region of Niagara in March 2021. Among other matters, Amendment 26 redesignates the lands at 282 and 285 Ontario Street for future residential and mixed-use development, and also requires that subject lands be planned for future development through the creation and approval of a secondary plan. The land needs assessment and official plan amendment represent the completion are the first two key planning components necessary to facilitate council's direction. The next step is to undertake a secondary plan study. The purpose of the study is to establish a clear vision, goals, objectives, land use policies, permissions, and implementation strategies required to guide future development of the subject area. Both 282 and 285 Ontario Street are 10 hectares in size and represent the second and third largest vacant buildable properties in the city's urban area. These properties are located approximately halfway along the Ontario Street corridor between the QEW and downtown. Ontario Street is a regional arterial road, represents a major corridor gateway into the city and into downtown. It would be remiss not to study the corridor lands in conjunction with the 282, 285 Ontario Street properties in a comprehensive and cohesive manner. The study area includes the lands north and south of 282 and 285 Ontario Street from the QEW down to the downtown. 282, 285 Ontario Street properties and the north and south corridor lands are each different in typology, character, and use. And as such, the study emphasis for each of the three areas will be structured accordingly. This map provides a more detailed look at the study area. Most of the north corridor lands from Carlton Street to the QEW are designated arterial commercial in the official plan, with a larger size parcel fabric and supporting uses primarily catering to the traveling public and auto-related uses. It is one of only two arterial commercial designated areas in the city and provides an important function in serving community needs. The south corridor lands from Pleasant Avenue to Welland Avenue are mostly comprised of a smaller parcel fabric and a mix of smaller scale residential and commercial uses. This area also includes a larger employment use located adjacent to 285 Ontario Street on the west side of Ontario Street, a 3-acre vacant residential site at 10 Pleasant Avenue, as well as Alex Mackenzie Park, a major citywide community park. The focus for 282, 285 Ontario Street is brownfield redevelopment. Study emphasis for the north and south corridor lands is primarily geared towards site and neighborhood design, such as built form, open space, streetscape, and complete streets, rather than any significant changes to land use permissions. The study will also evaluate the impact, integration, transition of future development within the study area with out-of lands adjacent to the study boundaries, or what we call the area of influence, primarily the 12 Mile Creek Valley lands to the west and established residential neighborhoods to the east. The terms of reference establishes many guiding study principles and objectives. All are interrelated and intertwined. Certainly, the key objective is to support development of a connected, efficient, compact, and mixed-use neighborhood centered around 282 and 285 Ontario Street, providing for a range of primarily medium and higher density housing types, support for attainable housing, and an integrated mix of other transit-supported uses. Another key objective of the study is to support the orderly, efficient, and cost-effective site remediation of all lands within the study area, and most specifically 282 and 285 Ontario Street. Given past use, the level of contamination of these lands may be considerable. The location and level of contamination and the approval process and method of remediation will have a direct influence on planning for the location, range, and configuration of future uses, parcel fabric, and open space and built form opportunities in the area. A secondary plan study of this size and nature typically costs in the range of $500,000 to undertake. The city's operating budget allocates $225,000 towards the study and includes a grant from the region of Niagara. Given the limited budget, the ability to retain consultants to undertake the study is constrained. As such, the study will be directed and managed in-house by PBS staff as part of the departmental work plan. A 3-member project team from PBS will be established to direct and manage the study, and a significant component of study evaluation will be done in-house by project team members. The retention of outside consultants will be strategically used primarily to support public engagement and peer review of technical studies required from landowners to justify any development proposals in the area. A 12-member technical advisory committee will be established to guide the study, consisting of the project team, other members of PBS, and representation from other city departments. The region of Niagara has significant service infrastructure, investment, and policy interests within the study area and is the final formal approval authority for the secondary plan. The region will have direct participation on the committee, as will the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, most specifically with regard to the 12 Mile Creek, which borders the study area. There are a number of external agencies and utility service providers who have land ownership, infrastructure, or regulatory authority and interest in the study area. All of these stakeholders will be consulted throughout the study process and will also provide peer review of technical and other study inputs where applicable. All of the city's advisory committees will be consulted at the initial stage of study and to provide input and advice on study findings throughout the process. The study area is comprised of 171 properties located on approximately 75 hectares of land. All lands within the study area will be evaluated and all property owners consulted throughout the study process. Most impactful to the study are the properties at 282 and 285 Ontario Street and 10 Pleasant Avenue. They comprise approximately 30% of all study area lands and will require significant technical evaluation, including transportation, functional servicing, and environmental studies. Proponents for development of these properties are responsible to finance and undertake that technical studies to evaluate and justify consideration of a development approval. These studies will help inform the secondary plan study evaluation. And likewise, it is expected that study goals and objectives and in-house staff evaluation will direct and help inform required development proponent studies. A coordinated and integrated approach and evaluation of these technical studies is necessary to properly plan for and enable the development of a viable, fiscally responsible, and achievable secondary plan. Developer studies are to provide professional, qualified technical information and evaluation, but in no way will predetermine any specific outcomes of the secondary plan study. To ensure transparency and accountability, the terms of reference and outputs for all technical studies required by development proponents will be subject to a robust peer review by the technical advisory. Outside independent consultants will also be retained for peer review purposes where warranted. As well, all technical and site-specific studies will be made available for stakeholder and public review and will form part of the public record for the secondary plan study. A neighborhood advisory committee will be established to help guide the study. The role of the committee is to speak and provide input on behalf of landowner and resident interests in the study area and the area of influence. The composition of the committee will be localized to the study area and area of influence and will be comprised of representation from area resident associations, landowners, the business community, and the 2 St. Patrick Ward councillors. The historical use of the study lands has helped shape the economic, social, cultural, and environmental fabric of this city, and the future use of the lands will continue to do so for generations to come. The study cannot just be looked at in isolation of the immediate area. It must also be evaluated on community and citywide perspectives. Neighborhood and community-wide public engagement and input is critical to the success of this study and creation of a secondary plan. The study will include a devoted Engage STC page, which will be online starting tomorrow, together with other components identified on this slide. Many of the study components and timing of tasks are intertwined, iterative, and overlap. It's estimated that the study will take 2.5 years to complete. At strategic times throughout the study, 5 key deliverables will be prepared and presented for review and input through the public engagement strategy, and include a background analysis report, community visioning and alternative land use concepts report, a detailed planning analysis and a preferred land use concept, a draft secondary plan, and finally, a recommended secondary plan for consideration of formal approval. That concludes my part of the presentation on the terms of reference. And now I would just like to switch gears a little and talk briefly about the proposed amendment to the city's community improvement plan. Given the size and past use of 282 and 285 Ontario Street, it is anticipated that the evaluation and approved process and method for remediation of the lands will be iterative, interrelated, and phased over time. The CIP provides two tax incentive rebate programs to support remediation of lands. The BTA program provides an incentive for remediation only. The BTIP program provides an incentive for remediation where in conjunction with the concurrent redevelopment proposal. Further, the BTA program normally applies to dig and dump remediation, whereas the BTIP program applies to dig and dump and or risk management remediation methods in conjunction with development projects. The CIP currently does not permit double dipping of the two programs for remediation on the same subject lands. Projects may be eligible for one or the other, but not both programs. However, process to remediate each of 282 and 285 Ontario Street is anticipated to proceed in a phased and sequential manner, requiring both dig and dump and risk management methods, or in combination with each other, and whereby certain components and methods may apply across the entire site, others might only apply to certain site areas, and may be overlapping and different in scope and timing. The availability of utilizing both the BTA and the BTIF programs supports the orderly, efficient, cost-effective, and appropriate mechanisms and methods required to remediate the lands, and which is a key objective of the secondary plan study. The implementation section of the CIP allows for amendment to the plan to establish new goals, objectives, and public-private investment strategies in response to its secondary plan. Staff recommend that the CIP be amended, site-specifically for 282 and 285 Ontario Street, in order to broaden the spectrum, applicability, and scope of CIP programs that may be utilized to support remediation of the lands and implementation of the secondary plan study. The amendment in no way predetermines or commits the city to approval of any CIP incentives for the subject lands, and the process to amend the CIP is similar to an official plan amendment, requiring formal notice, public consultation, and consideration of council approval at a legislative public meeting. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bellows. It was a very informative presentation on a area of our community where there's been a significant amount of discussion, and I think this secondary plan that's coming forward is very much going to be important for the visioning for where we're going with the former GM property. Councillor Garcia, have a question?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through you, some clarification from Mr. Bellows. When you talk about the CIP amendment to allow that double dipping, are you saying that if we approve these terms of reference today, that is actually approving that amendment?
I don't, Councillor Bellows, I don't think he used the word double dipping, but
He did too.
Okay, my apologies. I didn't hear that, Councillor.
But in through you, Mr. Mayor, in answer to the question, no, it's not approving any CIP amendment tonight. It's what we're recommending is the process to initiate consideration of the amendment, which we would be bringing back for further evaluation, public meeting, and legislative public meeting before council for council's further consideration and approval.
Okay, thank you for that. And through you, Mr. Mayor, to the clerk, I believe. When we heard the CIP annual report, and I tried to make some changes, I was told that any changes would mean a reconsideration. Is this proposed amendment change a reconsideration?
I'll go to the clerk on this question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe it would be. I would have to understand it a little bit better. To be honest with you, I'd need to discuss it with Mr. Bellows and Ms. Kate.
Right. Maybe I could chime in there. The CIP does allow for amendment to the plan through the implementation section for certain matters. So it would be a formal amendment to the CIP, site-specific amendment, not in my mind a reconsideration. No, it's a formal amendment to the plan.
Well, thank you for that, but I would like the clerk's opinion after she discusses it with you, because my amendments at the time were, for example, to increase the minimum percentage required to qualify for remediation help. And I was told very clearly that no, that was a reconsideration.
So Director Kite is going to offer some further direction, Councillor.
Thank you. Through the mayor to the councillor, the first event that you're speaking to and why that was considered a reconsideration was because your motions at the time were dealing with how the CIP would be administrated, and that's why it was considered a reconsideration. What Mr. Bellows has provided this council with tonight is an explanation that our current CIP does permit for an amendment process, as does the Planning Act. So the recommendation before you this evening is we're seeking all of council's approval to initiate an amendment process for 282 and 285 Ontario Street, recognizing that they are of different and more significant concerns than other properties we have in the community.
Thank you for that. And to you, Mr. Mayor, I do recognize these are very special properties and need a lot of help, but why would we even consider an amendment to allow this double dipping? And as I said, that word is right in the report, before we actually have an application and a proposal that we need to consider.
So I'll go to Mr. Bellows.
Yeah, as I will try to explain, the level of contamination, the different methods required for remediation are likely to involve a mixture of dig and dump and risk management methods, where the one CIP program, BTA program, applies primarily to dig and dump, where the BTIF program applies to dig and dump and remediation. But you might get dig and dump on a certain component of the property, and then it might come back for risk management on another portion of that property. So it's just allowing the opportunity to access these programs to better facilitate opportunities to remediate the site. And whatever method is approved and is appropriate for the lands.
Thank you, Mr. Bellows. And I think the city clerk has some clarification.
Thank you for that. You just stated something different, though. Are you saying then that when you do have both of these programs apply, they could apply to the same property, but each to a different portion, as opposed to both to the same portion?
They could apply to both of the same portion. They could apply to different portions of the site. We're talking 50 acre land here. So yeah, there could be variables involved, certainly.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I certainly don't support pre-approving, presupposing what's going to happen. So.
Okay, just and the clerk has a clarification, and just for clarification, we're not pre-approving anything right now. To the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe what I'm hearing is this is a staff-initiated amendment to the CIP, so it's not something that would come from council from the floor. This would not be a reconsideration, just for clarity. Thank you.
Thank you to the clerk. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I find the process that was outlined to be very impressive, and I'm extremely pleased that the work would, a lot of the work would be done in-house, or at least supervised in-house, because our track record with our staff doing the work has been excellent when we look at the official plan amendments and other issues. I don't think we can do better than have our staff work on it, and I know there are time constraints, and I realize that at the appropriate time consultants will be called in, but I find this very well thought out. But I must admit I have a philosophical problem with the CIP component, and that is GM has the lands, they pollute the lands, they walk away from the lands, and somebody pays them a price that doesn't consider the remedial work. Now, as a homeowner, if I buy a home and I'm looking at a house, and if the house is derelict, if it has some deficiencies, then I lower the price, or I have the owner do the remedial work. And I can't understand why a developer would not do that when they purchase the land from GM. Is it because we're sending out a signal that don't worry, if your land is contaminated, just come to the city and we'll give you a grant? And I do have a problem, and I realize that at times CIP grants are warranted, and that's why we introduced them in the downtown. But is this becoming too common, that if you have contaminated land and you put it on the market, and the buyer will not reduce the price because of the contaminated land, because we may be sending a signal out that we will compensate in part for the contamination cleanup? And I look at this property and I assume it's appreciated in value like all other properties in the city. And can they make a case that they can't do the development unless they have CIP money? And I would question that, but I gather that question is to be asked at a later time when they make a proposal for CIP funding. Is that correct?
I think your fair questions or comments, Councillor Kushner. I think the same lens could apply to the former paper mill in Meriton that received significant CIP with landowners that are in our community that have transformed that property. So I think they play a role, and it does address some of the issues that you've brought up. Do you have any further questions?
That's it. Thank you.
Councillor Phillips.
Thank you. I share Councillor Kushner's feelings also about, as far as the previous owner should have been made to clean it up, but that boat left the port, I guess, a long time ago. Mr. Bellows, you indicated that this is going to take 2.5 years to complete. What happens if all of a sudden the present owner sells it to a developer such as, well, I'll pick Mattamy Homes or, whomever, one of the developers. If they pick it up right away, say by the end of the year, where does that put us as far as the project that you're doing is concerned? Does he have to wait, or do you work in conjunction with that owner right away? How does that work out?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I mean, any development of the site, certainly, first off, is going to have to go through a remediation process. And any development proposal will be subject to technical studies and evaluation, as I mentioned, such as transportation, functional servicing studies. They could proceed, and we will address those as part of the secondary plan, and partly in terms of the goals and objectives of the secondary plan, the in-house staff evaluation to date, and the technical studies, and public engagement as well. So it's not saying you can't proceed with a development proposal, but there are a number of things that they're going to have to do, and it's simulated within the secondary plan goals and objectives, and and process going forward.
But before any of that happens, they'd want to know how much they're getting in the way of CIP from the city before they start their remediation plans, obviously.
I mean, it's their choice to apply for CIP. At the end of the day, council will have the approval authority for any CIP incentive given.
In your opinion, is this going to enhance the value of the property?
In my opinion, certainly, yeah.
Thank you. Unfortunately, enhancing the value of the property is not going to put money in our bank necessarily. Good report, though. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williamson, and then Councillor Townsend.
Thank you. Couldn't find the mic button. Well, I was going to bring up the same topic that Councillor Kushner spoke at length about with the analogy to home ownership, and that's, it comes down to the polluter pay principle, which is at the foundation of this whole story. We can't lose sight of that. We don't want to be too quickly going to the taxpayers' pockets for money that really should be paid by the people who caused the problems to begin with. And I think we still need to focus on that and not get too far away from that basic environmental legal principle. I'm also concerned that I know there isn't necessarily commitment. When I see the wording in there, it seems like we're revising or expanding interpretation of what CIP is, and then if developers' lawyers look at this, they're going to see it, and it sets an expectation. Maybe it doesn't directly commit us, but in the legal world, it may. So I do have that concern. I understand we got to get a secondary plan. It's urgent that we have some action on this, and I am thrilled as well that we're moving forward on it. I just am concerned that we are getting just too profligate with the use of the CIP. I'm not like others. Yes, it's worked. This is a big site. It's had not a good story for over the last 10 or so years. So I am concerned about it. I'm supportive. I am concerned about the language in there. And if the solicitor or someone else can assuage my concerns, I'd be happy to hear it. But I will support it, but I'm reluctant to. When I see terms like double dipping, it is concerning to me.
Councillor, thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Townsend.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. The question is was there ever a point at a time where the city was offered to buy this GM site? If so, when?
So that'd be either Director Kitse or Planner Bellows?
Through the mayor to the councillor, in the 3 years that I've been here, the city has not received an offer to purchase, as far as I'm aware.
Okay, thank you for that. The city was offered to buy it in July of 2010. And some councillors who are around the table said no to that. I want to focus a little bit on what's happened in Kingston. And Kingston has had the Davis Tannery site, which has been a significant site of contamination for over 20 years. They recently and finally found a developer to clean up the site. And staff in the city of Kingston valued that the total cleanup cost on a site half the size of our GM site would be $73 million for the developer. Meaning, if the developer was to and is going to build on it, they wouldn't make any money by the time they're said and done building their units. So what did the city of Kingston do? Well, they inactivated their CIP program to help clean up the site. When you look at the sites like the General Motors site, there is no doubt that there's going to have to be a community municipal partnership in order to have the site cleaned up and to build on that site. No developer is going to come in and spend $140 million, whatever it might cost, to clean up that site and just build on it. Why? Because they also need to make they can't go in losing money on a site. Other communities across the province of Ontario are using their community improvement plans to build on brownfield contaminated sites. Perfect example, I encourage my colleagues around the table, look at the Davis Tannery site. It has sat vacant for over 20 years, one of the most contaminated sites in the province of Ontario. We need to have community partnerships. I'm in favor of what's being put on the floor, and I thank staff for all the work that they put forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Miller?
Yeah, thanks, staff. It's a good and interesting report. I just, a couple questions, I guess. This site was a very significant part of the conversations around the new CIP. I would say it was probably the site that was cited most frequently when we were discussing the new CIP. And then earlier this year when we got the annual report, and as Councillor Garcia alluded to, there were some potential amendments. We were sort of told, and fair enough, that it's pretty early in the CIP, that it would be difficult to provide a fulsome evaluation of it. I guess my concerns are similar to have been expressed. Is this too early to make this assumption when we don't even know that the CIP as constructed isn't going to be applicable on the site? And I appreciate what Councillor Townsend is saying about Kingston, but it's not like we don't have a CIP. We have a CIP in place. So how do we know that the single dipping isn't going to be sufficient to have this site redeveloped?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's not we're saying, we're just providing the opportunity for a broader spectrum and scope of programs that may apply to the site. Certainly, the BTA program may apply right now. The BTIP program may apply right now. But it's going to be an iterative process to remediate these lands. There's going to be different methods of approval. So all the amendment is not saying we're giving a CIP incentive. It's just broadening the opportunity to apply different programs across the site.
I guess my issue, if I have one with that, is that we know that the only time we've ever gone against a CIP recommendation or something that was applicable resulted in a Spanish Inquisition level response, both from the city staff and from the community, in totally re-overhauling, I guess I should say, the CIP. So I think I dare to venture that it would be very difficult for us not to approve it if it does apply. And I guess my concern is about the timeline. We don't even know that anyone who's potentially developing even wants this. Wouldn't we typically have that conversation, then come to council and say, you know, we have an interested proponent, but they're really going to need this double dipping. It feels a bit like the cart's before the horse on this one.
So if I can jump in, Mr. Bellows, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the motion today is simply to start a process that will come back to council to look at a site-specific CIP amendment. So we're not deciding tonight. And could you give some clarification as to when that would come back as part of the process? When would council have this in front of us again?
We're anticipating, that is correct. It's just a recommendation to initiate the process. It would definitely have to come back to council for a legislative public meeting. There's timelines involved in scheduling that legislative public meeting. The earliest we could get it to council would be sometime in August.
Okay, and so in that, sorry, Councillor, I'm just gonna ask one question. In that process, it's still not approving any amounts or any of the specifics on the property. It'll just be, if it comes back to council, it'll be here is what a potential site-specific amendment can be.
That's correct. It will in no way predetermine or approve any financial incentives on the subject properties.
Okay, so nothing's binding, Councillor.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think I've always been a proponent of being an active participant on that site. I guess I'm starting to notice frustration in the community about the amount of attention and resources that we spend on this private development. It's becoming harder, I think, harder and harder to justify it. Certainly in our ward, we saw a large site start to be redeveloped without needing to make so many accommodations, certainly not at the same scale. I can appreciate that. I guess I would prefer that we have an interested partner owning the site. before we commit or at least recommend or allow the possibility for continued spending, continued resources, continued time on this private site. And I don't think we have that yet, and that there's not much we can do about that. I think somehow GM has mostly absconded responsibility for the site, which that's my personal opinion. I'm not sure how that's allowed in Canada, but it's happened. We can't go back on that now. Yeah, I guess again, my concerns there, generally speaking, relate to the timeline on this. My other question is, and this is sort of in contrast to what I just said, but if we're going to do this, why wouldn't we, if we're in for a penny, why wouldn't we be in for a pound, in the sense that we're basically saying we're going to do the secondary plan, but we're going to bring it in-house just for funding reasons. I mean, if we're going to fund it, why wouldn't we go all the way on this?
Through the mayor to the councillor. City staff have been allocated a certain amount of money to operate within, and we fully appreciate and understand the necessity and the depth of complexity that this site has moving forward. We are presenting tonight a terms of reference for a study plan to move forward that is reasonable given the funding that we've been provided. That being said, we are not shortchanging the process. We have always said to the community that this will be a genuine, meaningful, and authentic public engagement process, that we will do a thorough land use assessment in addition to our technical assessment, transportation, environment, and servicing. That being said, as Bruce alluded to earlier, we need to have partnerships in those areas, and Niagara Region being one of those, and the landowners group being one of those as well. And we've committed to a partnership in that regard, where we'll be coming forward with terms of references that are set by Niagara Region or by city staff or by others that the consultants group will be responsible for delivering upon, and then we will have the funding to do peer reviews if necessary. Bruce's report also speaks to a transparency and governance structure that oversees all of this, so that we can continue to provide the community with the confidence that they need that this is going forward in an authentic way. Should council wish to, or should council not be comfortable with the terms of reference this evening, then the alternative recommendation would be to fund the project in its entirety and then remove the need to work with the developer group's consultants. Those are the choices before you this evening.
Okay, I guess I would just say, I think I haven't been too parochial on this council and far from a budget hawk, but it is getting harder and harder to justify to the residents that I'm deigning to represent the amount of time and money we're spending on the site, and specifically the decisions in this council chamber have significantly increased the value of this private property and enriched a private owner who bought it, and specifically the rezoning. I don't think that's a controversial thing to say. So it's, I guess I'm curious when it's stops being our responsibility to do everything on the site. And unfortunately, that's the way it's seen in the community. It's not accurate, but we seem to be the only one pulling in any direction on this thing. The owner isn't, the provincial government isn't, and the federal government isn't. So as I think it was alluded to, maybe we're setting a precedent here that's pretty negative. We can't be everything to everyone. I'm just concerned that we're going to keep doing this year after year. We're going to keep studying. We're going to keep making changes to make this site more valuable, and it's never going to get redeveloped by the current owner. So I guess those are my concerns. Certainly, if there's any amendment to increase the budget to do this secondary plan as staff thinks would be the best way, rather than bringing some of it in-house, I'd be in support of that. But yeah, that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Director Kitse, do you want to provide a quick update on how much work has been done on the site and how much the current owner has spent on remediation?
Thank you. Through the mayor to council. Well, what's public facing before you this evening looks like step one of the future to come. Staff have been working very diligently on the site over the past couple years. I did a quick and dirty search of my calendar today and can tell you that personally myself have been involved in 106 meetings in the past 2 years on this property. Staff continue to make this our #1 priority moving forward. That being said, we have been working with the not so much the property owner, but their group of consultants have been more forthcoming and have been at many, if not most, of those meetings. We do understand that there has been substantial cleanup works on the property, most substantial of which beginning in December of last year. They have already been spending over the six-figure number. We don't have a detailed accounting at this time. We have also been in contact with the MOE, who has suggested that they have received their samples, but they're off for analysis and testing. And once those results are in, then we'll have further updates at council. So this is something that we continue to work with moving forward. The consultants that have been brought on board by the landowners group are all professional, independent consultants who we have confidence in can do the technical work that needs to be done to advance a secondary plan of this size. That being said, the city is in the driver's seat with working with Niagara Region, the MOE, and others in setting what the terms of reference would be for those technical studies. So we set the terms for the studies. The consultant group will be undertaking those studies, and then the results will be shared publicly. We will be entering into a memorandum of understanding with the consultant groups, as well as Niagara Region, and council will be seeing those as well. Page 16 of the terms of reference sets out the work plan, and at which point those will be coming forward.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to, I think Bruce Bellis can answer this first question. In the previous iteration of the Community Improvement Plan, I think the 2015 CIP, wasn't there, didn't it allow for 282 and 285 Ontario Street to access both the BTA and the BTIF at the same time?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it was somewhat ambiguous. It wasn't well defined in the previous 2015 CIP. Moving forward through that review, we made it quite clear. And most properties, it wouldn't really apply anyway. But when you're talking about a 50-acre site, it is, to do the appropriate cleanup, it is prudent to have the opportunity to access both programs.
Okay, thank you very much. And in previous iterations of the St. Catharines Community Improvement Plan, it was mostly site-specific or neighborhood-specific. It wasn't until 2015 that the CIP was expanded to encompass the entire city. Is that correct? So it is actually more usual to have site-specific or neighborhood-specific areas where you have specific programs, correct? Like this isn't outside of the scope?
Not outside the scope. And in 2015, as you alluded to, that the CIP was expanded across the urban area. And actually the former GM lands and that area around the Carleton Ontario Street node were identified as a priority neighborhood for CIP incentive. And that was carried forward into the 2020 CIP as well. So we have 6 priority neighborhoods in the CIP. The Ontario Street, Carleton Street node is one of those.
Yes, and when I reviewed those council meeting minutes, that it was a council decision to add the Port Dalhousie core as a priority neighborhood when staff didn't recommend it, but I'm saying this as an aside. So when I look, we budgeted $200,000 to do the secondary plan a couple of years ago, so it's been sitting there waiting. And in a report on this agenda for like a park study, we're going to be using development charges for John Page Park, Fairview Park. So let's say we get into a situation doing this secondary plan where we want to get an outside opinion, and it might not have been budgeted for. We actually want to expand our knowledge of something, or we want to double check something that the developers consultants have given to us. Could we dip into development charges? Could we beef up the secondary plan instead of just? I like the idea of staff doing it, and it's it's Bruce, who you've done the official plan, and I think you have a report in the community and you work for the city. So there's this level of accountability that I appreciate, but I also like the idea of using the developer's consultants, but then having the opportunity to get a second opinion, and we can use that $200,000. But if we needed to go further, do you think that we could use development charges for anything else?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that question might be best answered by FMS in terms of development charges, what we can use it for. I know we can use it for a number of things. I don't know if we could just dip into it to retain a consultant for a specific component of the study. We can certainly explore that and get back to you.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure if Director Douglas is looking up something. Yes, okay.
Through the worship to the councillor, when it comes to the usage of development charges, the studies need to be included in the development background study. And to my knowledge, the GM secondary plan, I don't believe was included in our background charge study for the current development charges. So we wouldn't be able to utilize it if it's not been included in the background study.
Okay, thanks very much. I sit on the development charges task force, so that's my bad, I think, for not noticing that. And I had another comment or question related to the terms of reference. So it names two neighborhood associations. One of them hasn't really met and it doesn't seem like it's been functional in the last 2 years. And then the other one is the neighborhood that I live in, which is a little bit further away from the GM lands. Is it possible to just mention two local neighborhood associations and not name them? Because I'd like to see one of them maybe reconstituted if possible. And then there's another neighborhood association that's actually closer to the GM lands than my neighborhood association, Fitzgerald neighborhood. So I'm wondering if we could just amend that at this point, and is that possible?
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, that's possible. Our suggestion would be that a motion be put forward that perhaps includes a geographical area bounded by street names, so that it's clear where we would be selecting representatives from.
Okay, thank you. We can most definitely do that to make sure that we get people who live relatively close to the site. I think those are my only questions at this point. In terms of, I wonder if Bruce Bellows, you could talk about the pop-up kiosk. Like, what are you planning for getting into the neighborhoods, and is this a pop-up kiosk like a mini charrettes and things like that? Can you describe what that would look like?
It could be any form. It could be a mini charrette. We are going to have visioning workshop charrettes. Pop-up kiosks. We might have one at Hay Bowl or Alex McKenzie Park on any given day. We're going to have an on-site information center as well. So pop-up kiosks that I mentioned earlier, it's not just the immediate neighborhood, but these lands have had a significant impact on the city's fabric citywide. So we intend to have pop-up kiosks at the Penn Center or downtown, and a number of locations that might not be directly in that neighborhood as well.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the work done on this. It's been a long time coming, and I know the staff have spent a lot of time with us and staff from many departments putting this together. I guess my only other thought, Ontario Street's a regional road, and I would like through this process that we engage regional councillors on this matter, maybe not going as far as putting them on the neighborhood committee, but at least finding a way to always include them, because the redesign of all of Ontario Street is going to be important for this site and this development in this neighborhood. And I think that Ontario Street is prime for, I don't know if it's on the list to be redone by the region, but I think it is and it should be. So I would like, sometimes there's a disconnect between regional council and our level. So if there could be some way of making sure regional council gets included, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kushner.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The process to advance the secondary plan as described tonight has been very comprehensive and excellent to date. And the question I have is, if we're talking about CIP, to share our taxpayers, we have to know more costs. For example, what was the purchase price of the property? What were the revenues from the owner removing the contents, the valuable contents from the property, the price paid, and who owns the property now?
Sorry, so is that a question or?
Yeah. Who do we know who owns the property now, because the banks were involved, etc.
Councillor, again, what we're just talking about is a process to start an initiation. I think you're getting into too much of the details that would come about when it comes back in August, where that will be the time in which council will deliberate on the actual property. This is just to start a process. So getting into the details about ownership is not germane to the discussion right now.
Okay, I recognize that, Mr. Mayor, but the finances are fundamental to our determination of CIP monies.
So you can have that discussion, Councillor, in August.
We have to do our diligence with respect to what's been paid, etc., what the cost of remediation is, and so on. So what I'm suggesting is, for the future meeting, we have some indication. And another possibility at that time, Mr. Mayor, tonight we approved a vacant property tax, and it might be time to consider a vacant property tax rather than a residential or commercial tax, a building tax, because what developers can do, they can look at these properties, and if they're big developers, they can sit on these properties for years and wear a council down. So that's why I'd like more information when it comes back to council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kushner. I do believe what we approved today is applicable to all vacant land taxes. So that's why there was pictures of the General Motors site in the presentation, but I could be wrong. So I don't know if Director Douglas can answer that, or if Director Kitse can answer that.
Through the mayor to council, earlier this evening, council unanimously approved a vacant building registry bylaw. And the intent of that program is across all land uses, industrial, commercial, and residential.
And what about vacant lands?
Through the mayor to the councillor, vacant land would be considered under other municipal bylaws. So for example, long grass and weeds, waste, other items like that. But the purpose of the building, the vacant building registry bylaw, is the condition of buildings and the risk to human and property life. Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williamson for the second time. So I don't want to go around in a circle on these conversations. So if you can make your point quickly.
The recommendation says that council endorse terms of reference, and I would make the amendment at the appropriate time that we change endorse to receive the terms of reference, because if we endorse the terms of reference, it obliges us to wording in regard to, sorry, let me get to it here. Okay, so that would, to my way of thinking, obliges us to endorsing, enabling appropriate opportunities to access a broader spectrum and scope of CIP programs to support remediation activities on the land. A site-specific amendment to the 2020 CIP for the lands at 282 and 285 Ontario Street is recommended. So if we endorse this, we're effectively endorsing that recommendation of staff, and I don't.
Okay, so I just want a clarification, Councillor. So the first part of the motion is for the Ontario Street Corridor secondary plans. So that's endorsing that term of reference? And then the second one is the building and planning services to proceed with the study. So the third one is independent of the first two.
So okay, could I get clarification on that from staff that by endorsing this, we're not endorsing the site-specific amendment to CIP?
No, that's gonna come back to staff. That's gonna come back to council for a lot more description. So go to Director Kitson.
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor to the councillor, the first and second recommendations on the staff report this evening are entirely to do with the terms of reference for the secondary plan process. So the staff report and then the appendix is for the terms of reference, and we're seeking council's endorsement of this so that staff have the direction we need to move forward with the land use plan over the next 2.5 years. Should council switch out endorse to receive, then we're not being transparent with the community and what we're working on, and the terms could change, and that's what's going to drown out the work plan as well as the cost of the program. So should council this evening approve recommendations 1 and 2, what you're essentially doing is giving staff the permission to move forward with the land use study as spelled out in the appendix. Recommendation number 3 stands alone, and it's seeking is council to direct staff to look at to initiate the process of looking at a site-specific CIP amendment for the 2 Ontario Street properties. As Bruce pointed out, it would require an analysis, public meetings, and further reporting to council on that item alone. The approval of recommendation 3 tonight does not set council to any type of standard that they've approved an amendment to a CIP or that they've even agreed to amending a CIP. All it's asking for is permission for staff to look into a CIP amendment for the 2 Ontario Street properties.
Thank you very much for that clarification, but it still does state in there that staff is making that recommendation regardless of where it is, and that's concerning. But you're saying that we're not bound by that, that's fine, but I just want to be clear that we're not.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so how about we split the recommendations up? We'll do the first 2, which is, I think everyone's in agreement on the terms of reference for the secondary plan, and that the planning and building services do that. I need a mover of that. Councillor Porter, seconded by Councillor McPherson. So that is just for the terms of reference. There's been some direction to staff from Councillor Porter about the neighborhood association groups.
Yes, and I'm just going to say 2 representatives, ideally from neighborhood associations, but I'm not going to say which ones, bound by the neighborhood that goes in between Geneva, the 406, and I would say down 12 Mile Creek to the QEW. So that big area.
Okay, so that'd be direction to staff.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that way, then we could make sure that Woodruff Estates could potentially be represented. If the Hague Neighborhood Association doesn't reconstitute itself, then we could go to the Fitzgerald neighbors. There's also Queen and there's a bunch of little ones. So if that's okay. So it would be 2 representatives from, ideally from neighborhood associations inside the boundary of Geneva Street, the 406, Ontario Street, and the 12 Mile Creek.
12 Mile Creek.
Yeah,
Okay.
because I want to include Woodruff
Okay,
Thanks.
so we've got the direction to staff on that one. I'll look to Director Kitse, thumbs up.
Through the mayor, yes, that's correct. We can adjust the terms of reference based on that direction to include that the geographical area that was described.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll turn it over to the clerk to call a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Garcia.
Yes to the first two.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
Carried unanimously.
Okay, now on the second one, which is, again is just to start a process and to look at the specific amendment to the CIP for arguably one of the most important properties under redevelopment in the city. So I'll ask the clerk to call a question.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
No.
Councillor Phillips.
No.
Councillor Miller.
No.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
No.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
No.
Councillor Dodge.
No.
And Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
That's lost on a tie.
All right. Let's see. I guess I will ask a question on this one. I guess I will just say this, when the community does ask about this property, I hope those who voted against this will be able to speak about what we're trying to do here, because it's disappointing that we did have an opportunity to start a process, but not even on allowing staff to go down that road. As this property continues to stay in a certain state, we all have to start taking more ownership of our decisions. So with that, I'll move to motions 12.1, special meeting of council. As we are coming into an election year, it's going to be important to be able to speak to that property, and I hope everyone takes their positions accordingly. That council approve a special meeting for the Thursday, June 9th at 4 p.m. And this is a special meeting to be held electronically only for the purpose of a workshop and discussion related to municipal development corporations, and that the city clerk be directed to make the necessary notifications of Councillor, if I can have Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor McPherson. And this is a special meeting. And all in favor of the special meeting, show of hands. Okay, that's carried. And special meeting for June 13th. And this is a special meeting for St. Catharines Hydro. This is the annual meeting. This will start at 5 o'clock on the 13th. I'll have Councillor Harris move this. Councillor Kushner, you're on the board. I'll second that. And all in favor of the hydro meeting. And that is carried. Councillor Harris, you have another motion which is provided a motion supporting Hernder Estates Wines by the glass. And this is something that has to come in front of council as a procedural bylaw, section M64. And this is relating to the Alcohol and Gaming Commission, as it requires a municipal resolution for the issuance of a license to manufacture, sell, or serve the beer. This isn't before us. This is before us because of the significant fire that took place at Hernder. This will allow them to adjust some of their business to allow them to continue to provide a by the glass at its location for a number of their events as well. So, Councillor Harris, you're moving this?
Yeah, and seconded.
Councillor.
Sorry, I missed that at first. I will have to declare conflict because my son is employed with the AGCL.
Thank you,
I
Councillor.
apologize. Sorry, I missed that.
Councillor Kushner, I'll have you second that since it's in your ward. Yes. Any questions? I'm not seeing any questions. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. There's a call for notices of motion.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councillor.
Yes, just a question, like I support what Councillor Harris did, but I thought we had to vote on waiving the rules first.
I don't know. So it was a late I thought it was on the agenda from last week. So it was on the agenda from last week, so it was published on the agenda? No, the Hernder estate, when did that come in? So it was after we published? All right. Okay, it was published and we put on. So I can have a motion to approve this. Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor McPherson. All in favor? Okay, it appears, and we'll go with the decision of council that was just made. We also have notice of motion. We can't ask for reports, so Councillor Phillips.
Here, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Phillips?
Notice a motion to reconsider the previous motion that was passed in order to pave and develop the Grantham Rail Trail, and that to be considered at the next council meeting, please.
Okay, so it's a notice of motion to reconsider the Grantham Trail for the next meeting of council?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And so if you want, council, we can waive the rules tonight and see if there's an interest in the notice of motion. Okay, let's, we're gonna see, any interest in waiving the rules, Councillor?
Not for today.
Okay. Anyone want to make the motion to waive the rules? Councillor Porter, seconded by Councillor Townsend. Yeah. Or we put it on the 13th. It's fine. Okay. All in favor of waiving the rules? May I have 1, 2, 3, 4, and.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, some clarification. I'm not sure what we're voting on, just on whether to reconsider that today?
10th. Yeah, so it's pretty late for today. So it's already 9:15. So I imagine this will be a contentious one, but we'll put it at the beginning of the next meeting so that we can have a discussion on it. Thank you, Councillor Phillips.
So we don't have to wait the rules then, right?
Is that okay, Councillor Porter? Okay. All right, thank you, Councillor Phillips. So we have Committee of Task Force minutes. That council receive and file the minutes of the advisory committees of council as presented. And a mover and a seconder for that. Councillor Miller, Councillor McPherson, all in favor? Okay, that's carried. And then we go back into closed session. So we have to go back into closed session for 2 items. I need a motion to go back into closed session. Councillor Miller, seconded by Councillor Kushner, all in favor? Okay, we go into closed session. We'll give us a few minutes while the council coordinator puts everybody back into the breakout. Okay, so we've got, welcome back. We've got two motions coming out of in camera. The first one is direction to staff, and the direction is related to 17 Beech. So we received the information and we have provided direction to staff. And so with that, I just need a mover and a seconder. Councillor McPherson, Councillor Miller, and all in favor of the direction to staff on 17 Beech, and that's carried. The next one is a recommendation to authorize the mayor and clerk to execute the recreational land use master license agreement, the OB Tree Trail license, with the OPG for recreational lands shown in Appendix 1 in a form that is satisfactory to the Acting Director of Legal Services, City Solicitor, and that council pre-approved the 2023 operating costs for the additional staff requirement and approved the purchase of a skid steer funded by the Municipal Works from the Equipment Reserve in 2022 to satisfy the city's maintenance obligations under the license agreement as detailed in the financial implications section of the report. And Councillor Kushner has added a direction to staff. And Councillor Kushner, if you just want to do the direction to staff.
Well, I'm not sure it's a direction, Mr. Mayor. It's an understanding that with the signing of the agreement, there is it'll be reviewed at a later stage.
Okay.
Post game.
Okay.
Can I move it?
Yep. Councillor Harris moves it. Councillor Kushner, if you want to second it.
Yes, by all means.
Okay, thank you. I think this is an execution of a significant master agreement, so we'll just do a recorded vote on this.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes, with some concerns.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Senzik.
Yes.
Carried unanimously.
Okay, we just have a reading of the bylaws. The motion of the bylaws listed on council agenda A through H to be read a first time, considered and passed, and that they be signed and executed by myself, save and except for bylaw H, and that be signed by the deputy mayor and the city clerk. Kind of a mover and a seconder for that. Councillor Garcia, Councillor Phillips, all in favor of the bylaws being executed, and that is carried. And we have an adjournment. It's 10 to 10. Motion to adjourn. Councillor McPherson, and seconded by Councillor Porter. And all in favor of the adjournment. That is carried. Thank you very much, Council. Look forward to the 13th. Take care. Have a good one.